the table.
Morning. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. And a moment of silent prayer. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Here.
Commissioner Rushton,
Present.
Chairman Hassel,
Here.
sorry, I'm out of order. Commissioner Bailey,
Here.
Commissioner Prestotis Little,
Here.
Commissioner Alguier,
Here.
Commissioner Lautner, present.
Thank you. We have one late edition that I'm aware of. It's a request, a late edition by the treasurer for a first right of refusal. And I suggest we put that right at the very beginning of the action item while John is here. So we'll put that as item 0, John. Any other additions or deletions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, number 8, the deputy medical examiner. I recommend we take it off the agenda. We did not have to take any action on the issue.
Motion to approve the agenda
So moved.
as amended.
Second.
All those in support say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Agenda is approved. This time we have public comment. You are welcome to come up and address the Board of Commissioners. Mrs. Josephus.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize for the voice this morning, a little more sultry sound than I usually have. So I apologize for that. But I rise today, by the way, Karen Josephus, Bingham Township. I rise today because I am concerned over I've been thinking about this ever since the last commission meeting, and I'm really concerned about the message our board is sending to the community. I began to become concerned the night the vote occurred to shift the HR department and the finance department under the city administrator, which I believe was October 5th, 2021. When the motion was first put on the table in May, it was discussed that this move was not personal. It was purely a smart business move. Most counties have those departments so structured. The structure of our county government is a decision of the county board and is the duty of the administrator to fulfill those decisions. The question is, why was this decision led to become personal? My concern blossomed after the motion passed to shift to the finance department and the HR department to the administrators. The discussion between the commissioners included Commissioner Alguier and Wesso commenting that the clerk was being persecuted, and Commissioner Salas Little agreed and stated, "I hope she has a good attorney." I about came out of my seat and thought, whose side is she on? Why is she suggesting the clerk sue the county? Her words even seem to advocate the clerk get a good attorney. This is certainly not in the best interest of the county. You see, you, the Board of Commissioners, work for us, the taxpayers. At the May meeting, I did not sense any overall concern from you as the board that our clerk is being investigated by the Michigan State Police and that our assets are secure. I did not get that impression. The concern of the Dems that the clerk was being unfairly treated, and if the rest of the board did not go along with this, they would seem to be ungrateful or unappreciative. Stop and think about this. I really ask you to stop back and take a macro view. In doing so, you're pitting the Board of Commissioners against the staff of the county and causing a divide. This is evidence that your allegiance lies less with us, your constituents, and more with the staff or elected officials. Again, this is not in the best interest of the county. This is not your job. And I only bring up the investigation as an example as to demonstrate that approach, and the attitude you're taking to county business. We all hope this investigation leads to nothing. Investigations come and investigations go. We voted for Michelle Crocker to be our county clerk, not for finance director, not for HR director. Yes, our clerk does a fine, great job. We have supported her. In fact, her campaign sign has been in my yard many times. We expect our clerk to do a good job. We expect all of our employees to do a good job, don't we? And if our elected officials don't do a good job, we can vote them out. And if our employees don't do a good job, we can let them go. The county treasurer was doing his job when he found a discrepancy and brought it to light. Why isn't he being recognized? Is one of our elected officials or staff members more important than the other? The constant chatter that the clerk works hard, she has so much on her plate, she is so busy is tiring. This type of behavior is emotional. You have allowed this situation to become personal. In fact, you have poured gasoline on it to blow it out of proportion. When emotions come into business atmosphere, it becomes chaotic, which makes our commission seem less chaotic. You wonder why we can't attract good help? Who would want to work in an unstable, chaotic, and very public, acrimonious atmosphere? Especially at this time in history when every employer is having a hard time finding qualified people. I have a really hard time believing that good people would not give their right arms to live in Leelanau County with a good, stable, secure job. Because 25 years ago, I may have been in that position. To move from the Detroit area to a land of gorgeousness with good government job, yep, I'd love that. The bottom line is that Michelle has put herself in a position that is overworked with so much responsibility. And this is because the clerk's office is one of the busiest in the county, which only underscores the wise decision to shift HR and finance where it belongs, under the administrator. This relieves the workload and puts it where it needs to be and creates a separation of accountability, which should be of high importance to you. I think that the clerk would welcome this relief. Her job as clerk is certainly secure. She just has less work. I repeat, the vote to shift the finance department and the HR department has been made. But ever since, the Democrats in our commission have taken every opportunity to second guess it and challenge it, despite saying repeatedly, almost every commission, that we need to move on. The county administrator has even asked you to do that, and you still continue to beat a dead horse. And when you do, you're being counterproductive. So in conclusion, you as the board have said you need to move on. Your county administrator has asked you to move on. And as a taxpayer in this county, I'm asking every one of you to move on, including our Republican commissioners. I'm asking that you remain steadfast with a reminder to the board. Okay, I have 2 more sentences and you've all received a copy of that. Thank you.
Public comment.
Yes. Go.
Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township, and this handout is just more evidence of why we need to get rid of the Dominion voting machines. And I state at the top, we demand honest elections in Leelanau County. And that might sound like, what? You're demanding as an individual? No, I'm one of many, 22,000 in the county, men, women, and children. 22,000 in the county. The most important thing is rule of, for, and by the people. And if we don't have honest elections, then we don't have that. So to demand it, it's not just me. 60% of the people 60% of the people, including Democrats, believe election fraud determined the election in 2020. So we demand honest elections. We say it, and we should be able to. Not just me, every man, woman, and child. By replacing Dominion voting machines with paper ballots that are local, secure, and easily audible. Okay, the example I've got here in this little graph on the left, Walter Doherty, on the mathematical and scientific facts that an algorithm was running during the 2020 elections. This is out in Arizona. The graph there, but what if the machines out there affect us here? If Arizona goes one way, it can determine our vote in Michigan. It can degrade it if it's done with fraud. The graph There's a dotted line over here. All to the left of the dotted line are before the election day. Then there's a little bit on election day, and then there's post-election day. And if you look at that, if you think of an airline landing at Traverse City Airport, and it's coming in high, and they've got the red, I don't know, it's probably on the bottom, and the yellow's high, and the green's right in the middle. And the airlines got to get it on the right grade there. In Harbor Springs, my brother lives in a house, 2 houses down, an airplane hit a tree and crashed because he was too low there before he got to the airport, killed him. But anyway, so if you see this line, it's supposed to be a green line there, that kind of wavy one. Those should be random points, as he explains, and I give you the link there when I send it out. But they should be random points kind of up and down the board. It shows the percentage of Biden votes compared to Trump. But you see how they're zeroing in. They alter to get down to that line. That line is the average of all those points, that are dashed line. So it's just going to get it, and then it follows right on the trajectory. And so that's what's happening. On the right column there, it's a whistleblower article report by Brian Watson. There's a link to it. And I'm reading, it says kind of hard to read, but it's the only way I could copy it. The meeting held in Pima County, Democrats voter fraud planning meeting, asking you to void all elections in the state. This includes local, county, state, federal elections. Each ballot contains all of these races in it. And he sent this letter to the US Department of Justice. This was sent out like 10 days, November 12th. So 9 days after the election. It was just discovered by this guy in the last month. But he says there were approximately 35,000 fraud votes added to each Democratic candidate's vote totals. Candidates impacted included county, state, and federal election candidates. Through the utilization of automated ballot count machines in Pima County elections, my understanding is that 35,000 were embedded into each Democrat candidate's vote. And then down on the bottom square, it says to embed 35,000 in a spread configured distribution to each Democrat candidate's vote totals. So then he goes on, when asked how in the world will 35,000 be kept hidden from being discovered, it was stated that the spread distribution will be embedded across the total registered voting range. And I'm going to, just because of time, go down to the next paragraph. When I asked, has this ever been tested? And how do we know it works? The response was yes, it has been tested and has shown significant success, I would say fraud, in Arizona judicial retention elections since 2014. So you just have to finish the letter yourself. I've got some other concerns on the back. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yes.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm going to now. Charles Knapp, Cleveland Township. If I had my way, we wouldn't use voting machines at all. I'm getting tired of hearing about it. The whole nation of France quit using them precisely because of all the questions about them. And somehow the nation of France, 40 million people, manages to come up with election results within a reasonable time. And there aren't any questions about who won. Macron won. Marine Le Pen came in much better than anybody expected, but Macron still won, and so did his party in parliament. And you knew all about it within a week. You don't need to know it 1 minute after the polls close who won. You can vote on paper ballots if you want to count them with like the Scantron machines, like they used to grade our multiple guess tests in elementary school that just aren't connected to anything. It's just a reflector light. You can do that, but we don't need all these fancy voting machines to do this. Just walk in, hand in your ballot, and leave. That's basically what you do anyway. You get the ballot, mark how you want it to go, hand it to whoever's standing there to run it through the counting machine, and leave. So if I had my way, that's what we do. We just, if you want to vote absentee, okay, that's fine. Those go to the county clerk anyway, so they get counted there. But we don't even need voting machines. I'd like to see us be the first county in Michigan to not use them at all. Either vote legitimately absentee or go to the polling place, cast your ballot. Everybody gets to vote. No questions about machines. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
My name's Gary Hosking. I'm from Leelanau Township. I'm new at this, so please bear with me. I come today to sort of follow up on these two gentlemen. And I'm concerned as a citizen about voter integrity and particularly the machines. And I've never been a machine person in my life, but I'm not sure if you all are aware of the new study. Actually, it's a warning from CISA. And I can hand this out. And it came out and it basically suggests that there are 9 different ways these machines can be hacked. And the author of the report was a gentleman from the University of Michigan, who's a renowned computer scientist. And it's 25,000 words. And I hope you all take a look at just this piece of it, because it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that these machines can be hacked. Now, he doesn't say that they were. I'm not suggesting that. But it's clear from the people here and the people that I'm talking to in this county that we have an issue with our elections, and that is we don't have confidence in them. Our votes need to count, and it doesn't matter whether there was fraud or not. What matters is that we need confidence in our system. And there's growing momentum at the county level, at the US level, to do something about it. So I'd love to have you look at that. And I'm not sure if you're all aware of what happened in Georgia recently, where there were 2 separate hand counts to audit. And they came back markedly different. The Dominion machine said it was 53 or 53% for the Secretary of State. I take that back. The hand count said it was 58%. And the Dominion machine said it was 68%. So there's another example. In New Mexico, we talked about having the first county to do away from the machines. In New Mexico, the county commissioners voted to get rid of the machines. So this is starting to develop. It's taken time because people are kind of not confident in our systems. And I hope you will do. I hope you'll stay up on this information because more and more is coming out. And I hope you'll follow the lawsuit in Arizona because it's coming to Michigan. And it's all about the machines and how vulnerable they are. And I want to emphasize my complete support for hand counting paper ballots. We can do it. No precinct, tell me if I'm wrong, no precinct is less or has more than 3,000 in any precinct. And therefore we can hand count these. And we could do it just as a test. Use the tabulator machines if you want to, but everyone should be tested because mistakes have been found. And we need confidence in our system. And I hope you'll consider it.
Other comment? Any commissioner comments?
Happy Flag Day.
I wanted to, as I mentioned to you a month ago, I took a couple of MAC workshops on our meetings and leading the meetings. And a couple of takeaways for me was the chair's responsibility to set the tone of the meetings and make sure they're respectful and make sure that we respect the public and we respect each other and we respect the staff. And I am committed to doing that. And one of the instructors reminded us, said, remember how you make your decisions is sometimes more important than the decisions that you make. And I think that's something that we could reflect upon. I hope that we're not always going to agree, but let's agree to disagree in a very respectful way and make it clear to everybody that how we make our decisions is critically important to the 7 of us. Thank you. At this time, we are at communications, proclamations, and presentations with an administrator update.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. First of all, I passed out the new newsletter from the Historical Society, and this has been just a great partnership with them over the barn. We have some exciting plans coming forward that they'll be announcing shortly. But I thought this was a great newsletter. It has a lot of great photos and some of their goals and what they have done at the barn. And you look at, it came one vote from tearing the barn down several years ago to where it is now. So it's been a great partnership. There's a beautiful garden out there. It's for buckets of rain. I drove by there last week and it's doing very well. And they have some plans to go forward and hopefully at some point open the barn up to the public so they can walk through it. And so it's just been a great partnership. And Steve Steyer came and met me yesterday and told me about this newsletter. So I thought you'd enjoy having a copy of it. And also on your desk, you have a copy of the 2021 audit. And Mr. Peacock will be here in July with the full explanation of this. So we get a chance to take a look at it, but he will be here at our July Executive Committee meeting. It has been filed with the state because it's due by 2/30, so that's been done. So we're in full compliance. Like I said, he'll be here in July to do a detailed update. The sheriffs had a great golf outing a week ago Friday. You know, their goal was to raise about $10,000 for our K-9 program, and they almost doubled it. I think the final number is about $19,000. So it's a beautiful day. All 26 foursomes were filled, and many sponsors and gifts. And thank you, Mr. Wessel. You were one of the spotters, I believe, on the hole-in-one contest. So it's a beautiful day, a lot of positive feedback, and I'm sure they'll be doing it again. We also had a great Memorial Day service here. A new group of veterans kind of got together and kind of restructured it. And it was a big crowd there. And probably one of the biggest crowds, I think, I know you were there, some of you were there. I know Commissioner Robbins was there, I know Mr. Alton was. So some of you were in Northport, I know, but it was very nice. And they remind me that the Mid-Michigan Honor Flight is back on. So if you know any veterans in the county, it's in priorities, it's World War II, but there's very few World War II veterans. Even Korean veterans are now in their late 80s, early 90s. So it's Vietnam now. So far, I have 4 veterans from the county signed up. There's a flight in October. But if you know any veterans, and they do not have to see war action. I met with a veteran last week who was in Vietnam, but did not see any action, and he felt guilty about going on a flight. I said, no, you're completely eligible. Even if you were stationed in the States, if you served in the service, you are eligible, whether you saw war action or not. So if you know any veterans that you think would be that would enjoy that experience, please let me know. There is no cost to the veterans.
Where does the flight go?
To Washington, D.C.
Oh, it still does every year.
Yes, this is the first time they're doing it since 2019 because of COVID.
I just want to say that the 3-year-old is a star.
Oh, the 3-year-old at the Memorial Day. The speaker's daughter, right?
Yeah,
The daughter,
yeah.
yeah, she kind of took over the show. So. No, but if you know any veterans, please contact me. I'll get in touch with them. There is no cost for the veterans. And through the tribe, we received a 2% grant in 2019 for 2020, but with COVID, we didn't, trip was canceled. So I have funds to pay for the guardian/sponsors. If they have a family member that like as a guardian, every veteran has to have a guardian go with them. And so I have resources to help with those costs too. The flight is in October. There still is opening. You saw the news last week. They had a flight. It was all Vietnam veterans for the first time that went. And so this one is the first part of October. Commissioner Lauter is one of the guardians for a gentleman that was in the Korean War, who's in great shape. He's very youthful for his age. And so I'm sure that'll be a great experience. So if you know any veterans, please let us know. And I'll be glad to give them the application and follow through with it. And last week and yesterday, we Commissioner Soltis Little and I and Commissioner Wessel had dialogue with our rep, Jack O'Malley, and then our state senator, Kurt Vanderwell, about broadband. And Patricia, would you like to give an update on that?
Sure.
Try to get some extra funding here for us.
Yeah, earlier in the week at the Networks Northwest meeting, they had reviewed legislative actions since we're in budget at this point in time at the state level. And one of the bills that was discussed was Senate Bill 970, which is a bill introduced by Michigan State Senator Kim Lasada. And this bill is different from any of the other policies, programs, or bills that have been introduced on broadband that we've seen so far, in that it is providing funding to the counties to do three primary things. One, to assess what the status of their broadband situation is, to actually develop an expansion plan, which we have already done both of those things. And then third, dollars to engage internet service providers to help build out the fiber network. So we did talk with both Representative O'Malley and Senator Vanderwall yesterday, who was very supportive and asked if they could personally support the bill on our behalf, because we are a perfect example of why those funds would be needed and why it is important to have something that doesn't just give money to the internet service providers, which is what the other programs are doing, which is essential in most cases. They need that direction. But in this case, to provide monies to the county so that we would be able to complete our project and move forward. So he was very receptive, I thought, and we did provide him some follow-up information and offered to go to Lansing to testify at a committee hearing. This bill has been moved to appropriations already, so I think it has a fair chance of maybe being passed. And if so, then I think our partnership, private-public partnership, is an example of exactly what this bill could do for many counties that want to do what we've done.
Yeah, we are basically doing what the bill's proposing, so we are an example of what could happen if the bill is passed. So you said, like you said, we'd be willing to go down to Lansing and testify because we're a true example. It's not a concept. We're doing it. But both our state rep and our state senator were very, very supportive.
What was the bill number again?
970, I'll send it to you.
Okay, and is it too early to give us an idea of what might, like, how would the dollars be distributed? Would they be just same amount per county or per capita?
That's not.
So we had no idea
No.
what the dollar number might be.
Not even how much, you know, there have been figures kicked around of 100 to 150 million, but you know, it depends
That's
on.
enough for Leelanau.
That's, yes. Well, as we all know, the money's there in the state budget.
It's there.
It's set aside, so it's not an issue of they have the funding, just how are they going to allocate it.
Exactly.
But I was very optimistic after talking to both our state rep and state senator.
And it's really good that it already has moved out of energy and technology to appropriations. That's a good sign.
Well, another positive update is on our campus tower, the crew and the subcontractors met yesterday here and looked at the grounds and so forth and did a walkthrough, and they will be starting here fairly soon. Don't have an exact date, but there was no shortly, but they are optimistic they can get the project done this year. Hopefully they will. So it's a good kickoff for them. And then Matt's still working on the Northport option. He does have a software. He's entering on the data in this computer to see what would be the best option, best coverage. So there's quite a few very good potential sites in the Northport area that we hope to finalize in the near future. And they're on private property, but the homeowners or the property owners seem to be very supportive. And so we're making progress there also. And then finally, we have a birthday girl this month. Commissioner, I got good news and bad news. The bad news is they were out of cherry pie, but I got you the biggest sticky bun in Leelanau County. Made fresh. So no pie, but this should get you through the day. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
That's easier to cut into 7.
I was just gonna say, much easier, because you cut a pie to 7 pieces, kind of fall apart, that would be.
You know, but then our agendas and things, we could all stick it. It might get.
You know, usually, Jeff, you give us photos, and I was sure we'd see a photo of your almost hole in one.
Oh, well, yes.
How far did you miss it by?
Literally within 2-3 inches at the sheriff's golf outing, and I have witnesses, and it's photos were taken. It was a shot of my life.
Would you have won a pickup?
That was the wrong hole, but I would have wanted, it would have been a year's supply of golf balls, which for me would be a lot of golf balls. But so close.
Thank you.
Over these 6
At
months.
this time, we have our annual update from Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency. And Gwen, would you like to introduce our presenter?
We have this wonderful woman who runs a fabulous agency, the Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency. They do a fabulous job of serving our residents, the residents in a 10-county area. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thanks for a few minutes this morning on your agenda for an update. I have just a couple of things. I know
I'm sorry, I missed your name.
I'm sorry. My name is Carrie Bachman.
Carrie
Yes,
Boston?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
Carrie
You did such a
Bachman.
Great job.
And I appreciate the time and look forward to this meeting every year just to give an update. And so I will keep it brief today since I have the opportunity of being in front of you regularly. But just to sort of recap who we are at Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency. We are a 10-county community action agency serving Northwest Michigan. Our mission is helping people changing lives. And our vision is strengthening our communities by empowering people to overcome barriers, build connections, and improve quality of life. So the services that we offer are really community-based and responsive to local needs. We're one of 28 community action agencies that cover the entire state of Michigan. And we have community action across the nation in over 1,000 different organizations serving the whole country since 1964. We have been around since 1974 in this area. So next slide. I just wanted to talk about just a couple of the programs that we're offering currently. There's been a lot of new programs coming in response to the pandemic. And I just want to give you an update on some things that are happening right now. So the residents of Leelanau County are aware and can connect. And if there's anything that you would like follow-up information on from my presentation, I'm happy to provide that as a follow-up. So recently, at the end of 2021, our organization did a community needs assessment with a contractor, a local contractor, just to look at, what were the top emerging and not surprising needs that exhibited in our communities through secondary data and partner interviews and survey data. And I think, they were no surprise when we looked at the top needs. They landed, of course, in impacts in response to COVID-19, housing and gaps in housing access and affordability, gaps in the availability of early childhood education, support for seniors, transportation, and food and nutrition. And to the right of the slide, there's a quote from one of our survey respondents, and I included it because I think it's just a good representation of how we operate, in that this individual used our home buying and budgeting programs, our tax preparation programs, and then enrolled their son in Head Start. So with our organization, our goal is anyone who inquires or touches any of our programs, that we have the opportunity to let them know, what else we offer and sort of wrap around them, so we can really be a community resource for the people of Northwest Michigan. We want folks to know that we're here, and they can reach out to us with just a question or a request, and have access to the multiple programs that we offer. You can see on the next slide, our core focus areas for programming really do align with what we see as needs in the community. So we offer financial literacy and management services, homeless prevention, home repair and rehab, nutrition services, and early childhood programs. And what happens is, just really briefly, when someone connects to us with a question or a concern in one of these areas, we have an internal customer connection form, which asks 18 questions of anyone who would like to respond, and helps us better target our programming to their needs. So it's a really comprehensive approach. Often I use the tax program as an example. We get a lot of people coming through the door to get their taxes done, but it's an opportunity to start a relationship and start asking some questions that may lead to other supports for their families. So that, it's our website. I always direct everyone to nmcaa.net. It provides a good overview of all these different programs that we offer. And I did include a 2-page, just a high level handout that I thought might be helpful in providing some information in support of you supporting the residents of Leelanau County. It has some information about our programs and some eligibility information kind of pulled from our website, but hopefully it's helpful and convenient. So our areas are addressing food insecurity, providing rich early childhood experiences, keeping people safe and in their homes, and providing and promoting financial literacy. Those are the key things that we do. And I wanted to talk now about a couple of programs that either are receiving additional funding and we're really trying to promote them, or they're new to our organization outside of our usual programming. On the next slide, I believe you'll see a couple of those highlighted. So I'll just cover those really briefly. And like I said, if there's additional questions, I'd be happy to follow up with additional information. The first thing I wanted to mention today is the SARA program, which is the Coronavirus Emergency Rental Assistance Program. These are funds to support people that are in arrears, who are renters. And we've been implementing this program for about 1.5 years. It's through MISHDA, and the portal for that program closes at the end of this month. So if there's anybody that has rental arrears prior to March of 2022, the window is closing for them to be able to access these funds. The state has expended them and figure by the end of the month, they will process everyone who's in the system, and that will be the end of the program. So I wanted to make you aware of that, so you could direct people to our website. They can call us, or there's some information on that handout for them to connect directly to the portal. The second program I wanted to highlight is called Social Determinants of Health, and it's a water repair program that will be implemented through September 30th, 23. So we have access to funds to help people with water-related repairs, wells, septics, water heaters. We saw a brief program in 2020 to help with this very thing. And those of us in the rural parts of Michigan advocated for more dollars to do this because we clearly saw the need. And so now we have some additional funding to do that. So I wanted to let people know about that program, because that's really an area where there's a lot of need and not a lot of service and programming often. So social determinants of health, water, and plumbing repair. Weatherization is the third area. We have weatherization as a part of our program structure normally, but we've got a lot of additional dollars coming our way through the bipartisan infrastructure law. And so we are planning on expanding our programming, and we're really putting the word out there to recruit and to let people know that we're available, and there is not a wait list in Leelanau County. In some counties, we have a bit of a backlog. In Leelanau County, we don't. So encouraging anyone to contact us. And the exciting addition to that is the next program I wanted to cover, which is Weatherization Deferral. So oftentimes a home wouldn't be eligible to be weatherized because there was some sort of structural issue that would prevent our ability to go in and really increase the energy efficiency of the home. A good example is a hole in the roof. We have some funding now, and we are looking at some down the road for weatherization deferral. So we can do things like fix that roof and then go ahead and weatherize the home. And so that's a really unique opportunity that we haven't had in the past. And so, people that may not have qualified before will qualify now because we're able to do this additional measure on their homes. And then finally, the last thing I wanted to highlight was the home heating tax credit. We have our tax preparers still on staff working year round, and we're trying to get the word out for folks that haven't taken advantage of that tax credit. Even if they haven't filed, they can still do that. So if there's any question, reach out, and our tax preparers can let them know whether or not they qualify and how to apply. So I know that I believe next month, Lisa Robachek is our program manager for Meals on Wheels, and I think she's doing a presentation. So she'll go more deeply into that program in Leelanau County. So my two takeaways, I think, for today are to let people know that I know there's a lot of programming. Sometimes it seems confusing about who do I contact. you can just simply contact our office and we will connect you and ask some questions to get you the services that you need. I guess the second highlight for today is weatherization. This is a unique opportunity. We're positioned to help in a big way with the housing stock, and so encouraging anybody to contact us who may be interested. Yeah.
I have a question. You have so many wonderful programs. My question is, how do people that aren't very well connected know how to get your services? How are referrals made? How do you send out information? Do you work with the churches? I know you work with Leelanau Christian Neighbors.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of people in Leelanau Township that don't go to church and they don't go to LCN and they need winterization and they need some other services. Or are they connected?
Yeah, and thanks for asking that question, because we talk about that a lot in our on board meetings about how to get the word out. We're putting new focus and resources on marketing and social media that we haven't done in the past to let people know. We try to have representation at all of the Human Service Collaborative meetings just to spread the word, and all sort of local based community meetings. We have an internal program information document, which is giving really high level updates for all of our programming that now we're starting to share externally. So we're sharing it with our board to bring to commission meetings, and we're looking for and thinking about different ways, because we know that's one of our challenges is letting people know that we're here. And so that's why I appreciate the opportunity today. And if you have places that you think we should be that we're not, or information that groups would like locally, we'd be happy to provide that.
Have you had an article in the Record Eagle or the Enterprise lately, like in the last year, just informing people?
Just an overall, here, this is who we are type.
Yeah, and these are numbers, if you outlining what kind of services you have and who to call. That might reach a few more people, and they might do that for you.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We've had various programs highlighted, but just as an organization, we have not in the last year. So it's a good suggestion. Thanks, Gwen.
They should do it every year. They should put an index every year.
Commissioner Lautner?
Yes, thank you. The early Head Start in Leelanau County is the one up in Shabbytown the only Head Start program in the county?
That is in terms of a classroom. We have early Head Start home visiting in Leelanau County through our organization, and we have openings right now. And so,
so how many are you serving right now then? How many homes?
Right now, we're probably serving, it's a split position, so I would say 6 to 7. And our director is still working and looking for potential classroom locations in Leelanau County. That's something that's still on our radar, and we're still looking to see if there's an opportunity to bring a classroom to the county if there's need and if there's a location.
Any other questions?
Well, first, thank you, Carrie, for the wonderful programs that your agency offers. It is really important to many of our residents. My question is, I know that you have a rigorous process in determining eligibility, and it varies depending upon the program. It's more of a comment and a question, a personal comment I'd like to get with you. We're trying to do that with some other organization, and I know that you struggled to come up with a system that was equitable and that addressed a lot of the challenges that we're seeing in trying to develop that kind of eligibility system. So I will contact you.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie.
This time we have our treasurer update, and land bank fast track authority update.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, John. Thank you.
With regards to the previous speaker's distribution of information, part of our services with troubled citizens paying taxes or upkeep we do have a trifold that they distribute, and we hand that out, I think, along with senior services. So we do try to help advocate for those people in need. But I presented a 19-page walkthrough, very dry. I don't want to read it. But what I can do and will do is go through some graphs and talk about some of the programs that have changed and what we're working on, and then turn it around for questions. Unless there's questions to start with. I apologize, in oversight, I didn't number the pages, so we're gonna just go to the first graph. It's midway through your pamphlet, investments in cash. Basically, after the lockdown for COVID and preceding months and up to the last 18 months, the feds have been monitoring their interest rates to try to stir away from a recession. What I've had to do is struggle with reinvesting money over the last 18 months to 2 years because interest rates were so low and there was nowhere to place the money. We had a falling out, if you will, from 2021 and 20 from 2000 prior years, where our investments and the interest that we received has just dwindled off basically the page. We didn't receive very much interest. So we currently, at the end of the year, had about 58 million or 5.8 million in delinquent tax. We had general fund investments of about 2.7. General fund cash, we had about 3.4. And budget stabilization, we had about 765,000. That's pretty low for the general fund, and for the investments in delinquent tax, it's usually closer to our highest points because we're ending our collection period for the delinquent taxes. The next graph is a bar graph that just shows that information in a different form and shows you by quarter. From 12/31/2020, we had quite a bit in general fund investments. We had delinquent tax that has maintained about $2.5 million to $3 million. But you can see that there was a slight dip between 3/31/2021 and the end of the reporting period of 3/31/2022. So we're trying to build that back up as interest rates are increasing. This week, there's going to be another rate hike.
Possibly 0.75%.
So it's going to do better for investments, but the economy is going to be struggling with borrowing. So, I mean, it's a catch-22. We'd like to see the interest rates around, 3% for a 10-year bond, but we're going to be going probably above that before the next year. The investment performance, next page, you can see 2021, absolutely nothing. 2020 is really where we saw the biggest, or the big drop from 19. We were getting about 150,000 in general fund, about 75,000 in DTR, and 30,000 in budget stabilization, and revenue sharing was just under 10. But that's a poor performance with our investment, just with the environment that's going on. The cash flow, as I was saying, for the general fund, pretty low from January, December. Our peak is going to be in September and October when our collections come in. So every year we go through an ebb and flow of that cycle. On the next page, you'll see the DTR is a little bit different. We have it peak around May, and it dwindles down around June after we pay everything out and we start collecting that previous year's delinquent taxes. As far as collections and the statutory changes, there really hasn't been anything in the last 18 months to 2 years that is affecting us. What we are seeing changes in is the foreclosures and how we're handling those. So the next part of the presentation is going to talk just briefly about foreclosures. And again, we're going to move to the graphs to the delinquent tax settlement.
John, before you move forward, if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
these investments that we have for the county, where do you have this money parked? What type of instruments are you using?
We're using a money market through Michigan Class. It's a pooled investment group. That's for our liquid part of our portfolio. The fixed income part of our portfolio is purchased through Huntington Securities, and those are going to be federal home loan bonds. Those are going to be agency bonds through the Treasury. We can get into municipal bonds, but I don't feel comfortable with that. The interest difference between the two agencies and municipals isn't worth the exposure or risk, because you're not getting the grade classification with some of the municipal bonds, where you get a higher grade with your state and federal agency bonds. So it's more secure in that regard. But we're very restricted as to what we can and cannot buy. But the majority of our funds liquid, it leaves a very small amount of our portfolio to be in fixed assets and fixed income. But as we progress and develop new planning tools and projects that we're doing on campus or off campus, I've got to monitor that, make sure that we have the liquidity to meet those demands. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay. With the delinquent tax settlement, we were surprised to have it come in lower than previous years, and our anticipation was going to be around 4 million to 3.8. I believe it came in around 3.2 and change. That was a pleasant surprise, especially in the current circumstances with the economy and everything. So that was a strong show from the citizens that they're still doing pretty well. The one thing with the tax foreclosures that has changed is the auction and the right of a claimant to come forward on a foreclosed parcel and claim the difference between the taxes owed and what the property was auctioned for. And if an individual agency, whether it be a township, village, or city, were to try to acquire a property prior to auction, instead of paying the delinquent taxes due, they now have to pay fair market value if a claimant has come forward. We're juggling that internally. Last year, we didn't have any claimants. This year, we have 3 parcels that are foreclosed on, which we'll talk about in a minute. So that has been a change for us in navigating. And we're working with the taxpayers a lot closer than we did in the prior years, because after foreclosure, we had no reason to engage with them. The property interest was transferred to the county treasurer as of 4/1 of the given year, and the property was then auctioned or transferred. Now we have to take into consideration claimants, and they have the right to go to the court on July 1. With that claim, we have to notify any agency that is interested in the property for, it used to be for public purpose, but it's no longer public purpose. And it changes the value in which they can acquire it for. Yes, ma'am.
John, how does that alter your process in terms of the owner of the property that's in default?
It doesn't change the process as far as the forfeiture and foreclosing documents and recording and posting goes. It's just afterwards that process changes a little bit.
Do you notify them, or that's not your responsibility?
I do notify them, and I try to reach out to let them know they do have the right to file a claim. It's not my objective to take property, and with this new claim process, I'd rather be forthcoming and have that dialogue before the due date instead of going to court afterwards, because this is such a new bill that has been passed, and new language in our statute, that there's still gray areas that the courts haven't worked out, and I don't want to be a case study. So,
I think you're very diligent and you're following for trying to work with people to keep them from being in default, so.
Yeah.
thank you.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So you have claimants on all three of these, is it one?
No, you have to have interest in the property before it was foreclosed. So the claimant would be the previous owner, joint owner, descendant, so on and so forth. With that, if there is a claimant, I get a realtor fee of 5% on the sale proceeds for handling all of this, and that's going to go into the tax foreclosure fund. Many counties were very upset with this new legislation change because this program funded a lot of things, and it's traditionally used for land bank and brownfield properties that these bigger counties have. So it took away a funding opportunity for the counties and cities to utilize, and we're in dialogue, but we don't have consensus as an organization to change the statute for our fees to be able to take some of our fees and pay directly to the land bank authorities. The biggest problem we have with small municipalities with land banks is we don't have funding. I don't have the tax increment financing to fund our projects. And now that we don't have tax foreclosures that we can transfer to generate revenue for these projects, we're now looking at alternative funding sources. And one of them is our October fee and separating part of that out for the land banks. We just got a legal opinion, Leelanau County did, as to the ability for the land bank to borrow from the Delinquent Tax Revolving Fund to help with operations. And we've been advised not to pursue that. So it's a plight that we're working on internally. And in the future, I think that we'll present something to this body for consideration. But I think, some contractual revenue that can be derived from the foreclosing tax foreclosure funds to the land bank is inevitable with the lack of foreclosures and the low tax increment financing. So, yes, ma'am.
So John, on the one piece where there's claimant,
Yes, ma'am.
that, you said that parcel has to be auctioned?
It,
When you also said court, so I'm kind of confused
Yeah.
about what the process will be.
the process is, first, I have to give everybody the first right of refusal for the statutory provisions. That means the county, the township, and village or city, if that's applicable. So the first right of refusal goes to them. If those entities want to acquire the property, they have to pay them the greater of minimum bid or fair market value if there's a claimant involved. If there is no claimant after July 1, then you just pay the minimum bid, which is the taxes due.
Who's that? The owner?
The village, township, or county. We back? Are we on the same page?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a juggling act to work with the municipalities to acquire these. But the claimant has the right, after they filed the petition to the court, which as I said, it has to be done by July 1st. They get the difference between the minimum bid and the fair market value. So if it's acquired by a township, village, or city, they get that difference. If it goes to auction, they get the difference between the auction price or the minimum bid. So as it moves through the cycle, I mean, the claimant, the biggest thing is getting that in validated before July 1. That makes sense?
So when does the actual owner of the property have the ability then to get it back?
They don't. Technically, an owner cannot be delinquent on any property, and subsequently, if I foreclose on it, they can't get it back. They cannot auction or bid on it at
So
auction.
is this just the 1/4 of this property and not the entire piece? This is 1/4 of that?
If we're
piece?
talking specifically about one parcel
One parcel.
that you're referencing, the owner of record does not have the right to acquire that property. I say the claim to your specific case is that there is a lack of notice to the rights of survivor. And that is what is being discussed. And if there's merit there and the courts and the attorneys find that to be a valid concern, then there was an error in the foreclosing documents. And we can reverse that. So I don't mean to muddy
That's
the,
decided in the courts too.
yes, that is not, that's above my pay grade.
And this person tried to pay them in March, but by credit card, and by policy, we can't accept credit card.
Not for foreclosing stuff, no. Because
Is that just our policy or is that a state policy?
it is precedent throughout the state.
Precedent.
So did you just say after they have been delinquent,
Mhm.
the owner cannot enter into the process to get it back, but a survivor or a relative can?
Let me clarify. An owner of record cannot go in and try to bid or purchase it over the counter from the county treasurer
Okay,
because they were delinquent on that parcel. If they file a claim, that supersedes their ability to go and purchase it over the counter.
okay, so they can become a claimant.
Yes. That's my understanding of the new statute.
And then they're competing with other entities.
Not necessarily, no. I said they have the right for the difference of minimum bid and the fair market value. So if parcel A is foreclosed upon and the village wants that piece of property. The village has to, if there's a claim, pay the fair market value. So they pay $50,000 to acquire that parcel. The claimant cannot get the property back, but they get the money back for the property. So the difference between the $50,000 and say $2,000 in taxes due. So they'll get $48,000 back for losing the property. It tries to complete the circle to make them whole.
Thanks.
I think John's pretty much answered my question, because there is a distinction and during the process for the property owner, correct?
Yes,
If the entity that has the first right of refusal decides to accept the property, it's at that time that it's the best opportunity for the property owner to recover the dollars invested. That's my understanding, as opposed to
letting it go into auction. Yes,
Correct.
yes.
because when it goes to auction, it's whatever
Is a bid.
is the bid, which means you don't put any sort of a minimum other than the tax dollars.
Correct.
So it's in the best interest of the property owner to
File a claim.
engage if they have got someone who has the first right of refusal, which is their local townships.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
That was my question. Well done, thank you.
Yeah, so there's competing interests in that scenario where a parcel has perceivably more value if it is acquired in the first round of first right of refusal. Because you have to take into account the fair market value. If it expires and nobody takes it through the first right of refusal, it goes to auction. If it goes to auction, auction is determined by the bid, and that is fair market value. It could be higher, it could be lower, but there isn't a fixed amount. Yes,
So
ma'am.
the impact now on the department, your department, is the dollars that would come in.
Stay in the tax foreclosure fund.
Yes,
And it's been probably 5 years, but those monies get transferred over to, used to get transferred over to the general fund.
Right.
So this law has been in place for the last three years, I want to say. This is our 3rd year. So I stopped presenting in June or July our surplus funds because we're not sure if they're going to open up statutes of limitations and allow claimants to come forward for stuff I foreclosed on in 2013. We just don't know the breadth of this change. And that's why I said, I don't want to be a case study. There's still gray areas. We have to be mindful. But that funding that was going in there was going to the general fund. Many counties were using that to contract with their land bank to take care of their foreclosed properties. So the tax foreclosure fund would pay the land bank as a subcontractor to do the demolition, to do the maintenance, to lawn care, to the garbage cleanup, what have you. And that's how they were maintaining these foreclosed properties. Now that that's gone, many counties are up in arms because there's now a lack of funding, but there's kind of a mandate for us to maintain these properties. So it's good for the citizen, but not for the county.
so what you're saying, the county is liable for maintaining the properties.
We do have a responsibility to maintain the properties. Not only for, the surrounding communities, but, for health, safety, and welfare, in my opinion.
So instead of bucket of money coming in, we're gonna have a bucket of money going out. Basically, the bottom line.
That's a concern with a lot of big counties. It's not apparent that it's gonna happen here because we don't have the inventory
Yes.
or the blighted communities, but that's what's going to happen in bigger jurisdictions. Yes, ma'am.
So basically, this new law helps the property owners,
Yes, the citizens, yes.
and then everyone pays to maintain its properties.
Unfortunately,
Tax dollar.
or fortunately, yes,
That's a tough push.
yes. So the argument for the lawsuit that we apparently lost, to get this change in statute was a taking. And it goes back, I think they quoted the Magna Carta. So they did a lot of research and a lot of arguing, but there's a taking clause that we were, the county treasurers, benefiting from these tax foreclosures, where Leelanau County is an anomaly all to itself. We may foreclose on something for $3,000-4,000 and be able to sell it for $100. Saginaw forecloses on it for the same amount, but can only sell it for $5,000. So there was an inequity, with these rural communities making a surplus and the larger communities having blight and not being able to move the inventory. So it just depends on where you are in the state. Any other? Yes, ma'am.
So the difference now, let's say a resident does come forward and become claimant in the first right of refusal. And it sells for for fair market value. The difference between the taxes owed and the other, but the taxes still go to the county.
Yes, the taxes do come back to us to make us whole because we had paid those out to the local units
Right.
to cover them, to make sure that.
There's just no surplus to be able
Correct.
to maintain properties.
Correct. Yes. All right, two more things. Dog licenses. That is one thing I do. Last year, we did 1,056 dog licenses and maybe less than 10 kennels. Land Bank Authority. That kind of plays off of what we were talking about. I mean, the Land Bank Authority is engaged primarily right now with redevelopment of vacant properties for affordable housing. Not to say that our previous projects haven't included occupied or improved properties. Say the Maple City Mill Street property, we did a full demolition and a partnership with Habitat to put a single family home there. These projects do cost money. We do invest a lot of time. Nobody on the land bank is getting paid for any of their work, nor are they getting per diem. So I want to thank all the members for their hard work and their dedication to the cause. So the primary focus that land banks were derived from were to take care of the foreclosed properties that the county treasurers acquired through the tax process. We've been privileged in Leelanau County not to have very many, some years 0 foreclosures. There's still a need in our community for demolition and for single family houses and rentals. We've tried to fill the gap, with the resources available, and I think we've been pretty successful with the few projects that we have approached. We currently have another project with Habitat in Maple City, which you'll hear about in just a little bit. I'm pretty happy with the progress there. We have a project here on Merrick Road with Homestretch, They're in their last stages of funding. Quite a few units. You guys have heard from John Stimson and have allocated funding towards that project, and I want to thank you guys for that. We have, I believe, 6 parcels in inventory from previous year's foreclosures. We're in discussion and working with the Brownfield Authority to put a Brownfield plan over some, if not all of them, in order to enhance the tools available for a developer. What we're finding is no matter how many presentations Trudy puts on, they don't seem to get it. So credit to Trudy for all the hard work she does, but they don't go through the legwork of putting a brownfield plan on the project for improvements for demolition or whatever the project needs. The biggest issue for our land bank is funding. So we have about $7,000 worth of revenue on a given year. And that's what's funding our operations. We used to take properties through the foreclosure process and sell them at market value. And that's what built up a bit of a reserve to enable us to do the Maple City project, do the demolition in Maple City. But those funds are slowly dwindling and our foreclosures are compromised, if you will. So we are looking forward to continuing our progress, but we have to open up to different revenue sources. And it may be a request from this board to provide a small funding gap from the Delinquent Tax Revolving Fund to the Land Bank Authority for contractual services.
Will you be asking that at budget time?
Yes, at budget time, that could be presented. That is the nuts and bolts of what's going on. I've got one opening in my office. I just hired on Sarah Lautner as my chief deputy. Natalie Winter's been with me for quite a while. And we're looking to fill the PRE deputy treasurer position still. Is there any other questions on my update? I've kind of been long-winded. I apologize.
If there are no questions, this would be a good time to move to our action agenda and take care of late edition number 1. Is added to our agenda.
This is a statutory requirement and presented as a late edition because it felt timely to present it with the update. The 3 parcels are attached, I believe, and the minimum bid. Now, if there is interest from this body to acquire any of these parcels for any purpose, not just public purpose, we would have to go out and get an appraisal for fair market value. That's my understanding. It's my recommendation, though, that this board takes no action because of a few issues. The Stolen Township property is only a 25% interest, and the majority interest holder is pursuing a court decision on a claim that he was not provided notice of the pending foreclosure.
That's the last one listed.
Yes. I'm not going to discuss the merits of the argument, but it's a 25% interest of a property that is improved, and I don't see the value in pursuing it personally and as treasurer. The second one off of are in Maple City is an improved structure with an occupant. The occupant's been there for 10 years. They are pursuing us in the court, as I've been approached by 2 different attorneys on this. I don't believe there's merit in pursuing this because it is an improved residential structure without buildings and personal property. That fair market value is going to definitely be more than the actual value of the property. The one in Bingham, the first one, is an unoccupied trailer. The trailer needs to be taken out and demolished. And again, I don't think that the fair market value is going to reflect the true value of the property. My argument or presentation was to look for properties that are either adjacent to or abutting park, county properties, state parks, etc. But none of these fit that criteria. I guess
We have a suggested motion before we further discuss. Does somebody want to make a motion?
So you're recommending you decline, correct?
yes, I recommend to the
All
board.
three?
All 3. I recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they authorize board chair to sign the waiver of first right of refusal and provide it back to the county treasurer as presented.
Commissioner Rushing?
I would move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners decline its right of refusal and allow the board chairman to sign the waiver of right of refusal for the 2022 foreclosed parcels.
Second. Any questions? Yes.
John, you just made a statement that your criteria for acquisition of properties was if they were adjacent to, and then I couldn't write that.
That's fine. That's fine. No, I would look at for the county to acquire properties that are either adjacent to or abutting parkland, county properties, tower sites, where there's more than just a perceived value, there's an integral value to acquiring the property. These didn't really fit the criteria. That type of criteria is what the state looks at. So when I send that list to the state for their first right of refusal, they are looking for the same thing.
And I also heard you say that with our elevated land values, it doesn't make sense for us to invest in it.
No, not for fair market value. It's just not business sense.
Any other questions for John? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can show it.
Mr. Mute? We're on with you on work.
Around the clock, I'll make this quick. It's nice to see many of your faces again. Some of you, I've had the pleasure of being in front of you for many years, and some of you were a little bit newer acquaintances. It's kind of echo here. What sometimes happens here, because you guys are just inundated with so many good causes and everything else, that sometimes when we go through something that's in an action agendable, causes that, let's take a look at what we're talking about here, a workers' compensation policy. Every employer in the state of Michigan that has employees must maintain and buy an insurance policy. It's going to pay an injured worker 100% of medical, and if they're off work for a period of time, a wage loss benefit. So that's the benefit of this. So every employer in the state has to do that. And so it's basically, you provide us, an agent, and then we take it to carriers and say, give us your best numbers and so on and so forth. It's, you give us a projection of what your next year's payrolls are going to be. They're estimated, and a lot of times with municipalities, counties, it's kind of a 2%, or it'll be some arbitrary, you know, we might hire a new police officer and you throw in an extra whatever, but it's an estimate. And so what we do is we go to the carriers and basically they have a rate per 100. So just to keep things simple, if you're a police officer and you have so much in payroll, and that for every $100 that you pay a police officer, you're going to pay an insurance carrier for the work comp policy $5. So every 100 that goes this way, 5 goes to the carrier. If you're in a clerical position, every $100 that you pay the clerical employee, 50 cents is going to go to the carrier. I'm trying to keep it simple for, you know, so some exposures are fairly innocuous. So you tell me a projection, you're going to have a little lift, perhaps in what your anticipated payrolls are or not. And then every carrier has its rates. And there is a manual rate that's associated with it. What's the rate per 100 do they charge? Tell me what your payrolls are going to be. There's a number. But there's one last thing that happens with a work comp policy, and most states do this. And it's the only thing, so you guys have had in your history, you can be self-insured as health. And you can say, hey, I'm going to have a bunch of skin in the game. If we're going to have a bunch, you know, how much you're going to pay. You can, a work comp policy is one thing that every employer in the state of Michigan shares, and there's skin in the game. And the state of Michigan tracks this. So every time, for instance, your carrier is an accident fund. If there is an injured worker employee of the county, any payment that's made on behalf of the accident fund, on behalf of that employee, gets reported to the state of Michigan. I'm going to say this loosely so you kind of have this. So every employer has a policy. Every carrier that makes a payment, they report it to the state. The state keeps track of this. They have the actuarial data. So when the accident fund says, hey, I need $5 for a police officer, I need 50 cents for a clerical person, that's their rate. But the last thing that does manual premium is the state of Michigan gives the accident fund and says, what is the experience mod? That's the utilization of that particular employer. It compares you against all other employers in the state of Michigan. It's not just counties. So if you take a look at what's the rate and so on and so forth for police officers, well, there's other municipalities that have that, cities, so on and so forth. So it's all of those that then they break it down. Almost every employer has a clerical position. So it just kind of throws you all in this. And then the last thing that's done is the state gives the number and says, what has been the utilization? It's a 3-year window of time. And it says, use this number. It's the final multiplier in your premium. So if you go to page 2 of mine, and I don't know if it's exactly in yours, and you can say, hey, what was my experience mod last year? It was a 0.89. This year it's a 0.87. It is a tipping point of tell me what your payrolls have been, tell me what your claims have been for said employer. We're going to put it in this churning thing and so on and so forth. The state of Michigan gives it to you. So last year you were a 0.89. Multiply something, manual premium 0.89, you got 11% credit. If the state of Michigan didn't have this as their arbitrary basis, you would have paid 11% more, because that's what carriers do. They derive their own rate. But the state of Michigan says, we're going to do this for everybody. And so you actually saved 11%. What's 1.0? That's average in the state of Michigan. It throws every single employer in the state of Michigan in it and says, what has your history been? You guys are 11% better. I mean, I'm trying to loosely kind of talk about this. You saved 11%. This year, your mod's at 0.87. You're saving 13%. And so as I've been, I present in different boards and, you know, quick, go ahead.
So our last accident rolled off, is that what?
Well, what happens here is, so, you know, as HIPAA, I can talk about accidents and I can we don't talk about names. It just doesn't make sense in front of this. But what ends up happening here is the claim. So a year ago, and this is where we have transitioning in boards and is to say, when you normally a claim, your window of experience is 3 years. So when we talk about the 2022 renewal, okay, it freezes in time. It doesn't take your 2021 experience. It's 20, 19, and 18. Okay, so it's 1 year removed, 3 years window. You guys had a 0.67, and one of the things that I did with Ms. Evans is to try to give some information back to look at that. Do you guys have the historical mods that you guys have had over the years?
It's on page 33.
This is so colorful, and sometimes when I'm here, it's just, you know, and it's like for your constituents and everyone else around here is to say, do you know how good Leelanau County is? And you can say, oh my gosh. So think of it this way. You're saving 11, you're saving 13% instead of paying, you know, and we could end up, hey, look, we paid 60 last year, we're paying 58, rah, rah. Nice job, Dennis. You know, thank you. We move on. Is to say, if it were just the accident fund and the state didn't have this mechanism, you would be paying $10,000 a year more. That carrier would charge you $10,000 more. Well, why aren't they? Because somebody else is paying $10,000 more than their manual rate because they're comparing you. The last thing that happens is they can all others. So if there's 10 of you that have a 13% credit at 0.87, there's that many that are paying that in a debit mod of a 1.13. It's the last multiplier in your premium. So look at the history of the years that you guys have been here. You had one time, how long ago, where it was,
13, what's that?
so here, normally when you see a rise in an experience mod, remember that stays on your claim for 3 years. There was a situation where there was a large disbursement of funds to somebody, and it took a while for it to hit. So the reserves weren't as high as what the actual adjustment was. It was 6 figures and then some. And so normally when you see a rise in your experience mod, it's going to kind of ride that wave for about 3 years. And then hopefully that claim comes off. So a year ago, when I'm here and I'm saying, hey, look, the accident fund, the rates are the same. Well, why did I just have to? Because you had a 0.67 before. And 2 years ago, he had a $35,000 claim for somebody. And so it's your utilization. What was last year's, guys? I look at it, it was like bizarre. $300 was paid on behalf of injured employees for Leelanau County for the last year. $300. And so, you know, I want your safety people and programs to hear this thing. This is unheard of. So, you know, you have a really good year. You got this one at 35,000. You got another really good year. You're going to ride that 35,000 another year. Now, we never know what can happen. Injured employees have 2 years to file a claim. It's all this kind of stuff. But go to A3, A7, you might go back to 6.9 again. And it's just this factorization, and the state does it. But it's the state that says you have to use it. If not, you guys would be, you know, be paying more. And so from a safety conscious employer base, and you take a look at your history, you guys are winning every, you know, outside of that 1 year, you're winning. People are helping pay your premiums. That's how this works when we talk about work comp. So, you know, just congratulations to what you guys have done, and the rest is, you know, I guess kind of that. So.
You have a suggested recommendation, motion in the board packet?
I recommend to the Board of Commissioners to waive the policy on daily retirements and approve renewing a 1-year contract with Peterson, Breger and Associates for workers' compensation coverage in the amount of $58,607 and funds to come from 101-830-871-954.000.
Any discussion?
Just as background information, we did go out for bids in 2019 and 2020.
Any further questions or discussion? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
Oh.
Well, you can cash into a pretty dry subject. That's good.
Okay.
That's a good.
Thank you.
Well, you guys are-
Okay.
Good luck.
My legs start to get
Either that or
crampy.
it says, did you fall?
I just wanted to share it.
No, no, don't fall down.
Got the passion about workman's comp, he has it, doesn't he?
I know.
Unless you can time. Versus.
Oh. They were concerned. Change.
I think I'm waiting to do it today.
That's a
They're
big
gonna
change.
use. So, yeah, they're trying to get everyone.
Doctor.
They will come tomorrow.
Well, no, I haven't heard anything about that.
How you doing? Good. How are you? Good,
He apologized.
You haven't changed your mind.
You think they would have
I
got?
got.
I was just
Well,
saying.
you know, boss lady, how you doing? Good to see you.
It was a check and balance.
You know, I had to take a balance on the album board, but it almost didn't cover that.
Yeah, I was going to see that on my shirt. And then we recommended that you like, the deputy of budget amendment,
See how it's great.
just done this one.
Please unmute.
You know, my first thing was I'm keto. I don't make that. I've been figuring out ways. Oh, yeah.
I waited for him, so I think she's looking.
My brain's working.
Oh, I know.
So, yeah, that's not that much.
Ready, Jen? Thank you. We are now at the second item, action item 2, the sheriff's office equipment trailer purchase. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. So I'm here today to request to purchase a new equipment trailer. We have one now. It was originally purchased, we believe in 2001 or sometime around there, and it was for the previous sheriff's work program. That program lasted 2 or 3 years. Once that program is over, we retrofitted the trailer for a training equipment trailer. At least minimum half dozen times a year, sometimes more. I mean, it's always full of targets and ammunition and a bunch of different products we need. And it goes to the Solon Range, the Cedar Rod and Gun Club. We do night shoots up in Traverse City. It goes there. It goes for other training events. And 3-4 years ago, we knew we were starting to have issues. Myself and Lieutenant Roush spent an afternoon recalking it, trying to do that. That didn't stop the problems. Last year, the maintenance department put a coat of Flex Seal over the whole thing, and that hasn't stopped the problem. So, I mean, we're to the point now.
Can't fix it, it's done.
I would agree. We've gotten to the point now, we've had to buy new staplers and things of that because, I mean, they stay in there, they get rusted, they no longer work. We've had to throw targets out. I mean, we're having to put more money into stuff that's in it because it's getting damaged and ruined. I did attach pictures just to kind of give you an idea of what kind of conditions it's in. I mean, I think it could still probably be sold at auction. Somebody could pick it up cheap, and it still has use, just not for the use we're looking for anymore. So we started looking at this idea. We did stay locally with the 3 or 4 different trailer places in Traverse City. The one that we've recommended and asked for has been more than willing to work with us. The price they've quoted us is, below retail. And that one will fit our needs and probably last us another 20 years. It is a crucial piece. We do have a vehicle, you know, you can tow it. All the cars come with hitches now. So, I mean, that's not an issue. And it also works for space too, because it's a full trailer. So.
Commissioner Rushing?
Yep, I would move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the sheriff's office to purchase a new 6x12 enclosed trailer from Team 1 Trailers in Traverse City at a cost not to exceed $5,500. The funds to come from 301-970-010 and 351-970-010.
If I can just make one comment to that. That's where we want the funds to come from, technically, because the trailer costs more than 5,000. It has to come, it'll come from 301-97.000. But I've spoken with the current finance director. And what would happen is we just make an amendment, pull the money out of where we have to put it in the proper fund because it will have to be tracked as an over capital improvement. So it'll technically be paid out of the over 5,000 capital. But,
Okay, we'll make that.
but the jail and I will pull it out of our under 5,000 capital.
Great price for their size trailer.
It is.
Yeah.
Is your motion included waiving the bid policy?
Of course.
Is there a second?
And I support that too. Yeah.
Any discussion, any questions, Commissioner Lautner?
Well, that was my question is, you said you got quotes, you got quotes from 3 different vendors?
We only ended up getting, we talked to several verbally.
Okay.
Only this one was willing to go under and provide the quote at the price lower than listed retail that they have on their marketing
And it's got some kind of a warranty or guarantee.
Yes, I believe it's 3 years on the mechanical stuff. I believe it's in the paperwork. And I can't fully speak to that because Lieutenant Roush really took the lead on this.
As long as
There is a warranty, yes.
it's satisfactory.
Yes.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question, because I'm looking down here, it says price 5788.
And attached to the EDS was the actual written quote that they sent us on the 7th
Okay,
for 5,500.
okay. Thank you.
You guys only trained when it's sunny out.
But the trailer,
I'm just joking.
the trailer lives outdoors.
You just adjust your schedule.
Right.
We ready to vote? All those in support, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, one question, ladies here. So I just read on Isabella County, where are we at as far as our gas situation?
Currently, we're okay. I can tell you, given the current numbers and the projections, I should be able to pay the gas bills with the current budget through the month of September. The last 3 months, we're gonna be over budget. I put it, I'm working currently on the 2023 budget. I will be asking for an increase because we just don't know if and when it'll ever go down. We started looking at this in probably February. We've made some changes. Not that anybody can really see them. But essentially if their cars are not mobile, they're supposed to be off. We have had decreases in fuel consumption. They're minor. We have looked at other changes, but we're not looking to go the drastic measure that Isabella has went. We're still out there. We're still visible. We're still proactive, not strictly reactive. We're conscious of it because we know we're going to come up probably 3 months short and be well over budget this year on fuel ourselves. It's out of all of our control. So.
Have you reduced any patrolling on the roads due to the gas?
We have not reduced any patrolling. We have started to have more of the night shifts double up. So there's, potentially, ideally one less car out there, but the vast majority of calls, 2 deputies respond anyways. So it is not affected service in any way.
I had a constituent call me in regards to that. They were concerned about police response, and so I'm glad the issue has been brought up about gas.
For my almost 24 years here, on nights in the summer, obviously summer is, we look at the 5-month period of summer, well different than the winter. For my 24 years, in the summer, there's only 2 or 3 deputies on, after 10 p.m. say. And it was never uncommon back in the day that it would take us 2-3 hours to get to whatever was next. And we always had a speech or a spiel, sorry, this is where we're at. We're understaffed in the summer and sometimes stepping over each other in the winter. That's the way it is. There's no happy medium here. So the response, delayed responses like that in the summer are no way related to a change in anything we've done. I've been crunching the numbers, and I can tell you since January of 21 through May, gas for us through the road commission, which is not taxed, has doubled plus 2 cents in those 18 months. So it's affected the bottom line without a doubt.
Approved that in fall of 2020, this was gonna happen.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Next on our agenda, Trudy, Brownfield Redevelopment Authority recommendation.
Good morning. I have hard copies of the plan and the summary today. It was included in your packet, but I do have some here. I'll leave with Chad in case anyone would like the hard copy. This morning, we have Angela Clem from Habitat for Humanity and Jeff Hawkins from Envirologic Technologies to review the Brownfield plan with you. And Leanna, our IT director, has the PowerPoint, so I'm hoping it'll come up on the screen here. We're going to do a brief review of the plan for you,
and see if you have any questions. The action that we're asking for today is that you move this forward to your regular meeting next Tuesday night for consideration. There is a Casson Township Board meeting tonight, which we will attend because we need approval from them as well. And then next Tuesday, you have your public hearing on this at 6:30 PM. And then we're asking that it be on your 7 PM board agenda. So, okay, PowerPoint's up. And when you want her to go to the next screen, just tell her next. So we're gonna start with Jeff.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you an exciting project here in Leelanau County. Maple City Crossings Condominium project. I think this really is a new opportunity for us to consider the use of some tools that you have in place here in the county through the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and the county's Land Bank Authority to help support affordable housing in this community. In this particular situation, and next slide, please. There we go. Basically, this is a piece of property at 21 East Western Street in Casson Township in Maple City. And basically the property is 3 vacant parcels of property. And currently the Land Bank Authority is working with Habitat for Humanity, who is planning on making a significant investment here on the property to help provide sustainable and affordable housing to address that missing middle here in Leelanau County. Like I said, it's about 1.33 acres of vacant land. Looking at constructing 3 new duplexes, 1,100 square feet per unit. And so 2 units per duplex, obviously. So 6 units for home ownership on that parcel. And really what we're finding here is that the cost to construct these properties or these houses is significant. And then the ability to maintain ownership at a level that's affordable creates a significant financial gap. So utilizing the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and tax increment financing through a Brownfield plan in collaboration with a county land bank authority is something that is relatively new, frankly, with respect to using that tool. Matter of fact, I had the good fortune of working for and on behalf of the state land bank to develop a guidebook for using this tool for developing affordable housing using tax increment financing through our Brownfield Redevelopment Financing Act, or Act 381. That is something that is available out in webland. We can get you information on that. But basically, the tool allows us to try to cover some of the gap, if not all, using tax increment financing based on the future increased taxable value on the property due to the construction of new housing. Next slide, please. So these are just some slides of the vacant land where it's located. You can see overlaying or underneath the position of the 16 or the 3 townhome units. Next slide. And that's really the development layout of it, with some of the open area to the northwest is where the combined septic and so forth is going to be located as part of that as well. So really, you know, it's the intent here is we have property that's currently held by the Land Bank Authority. As part of this process, we can use something in the statute called selling and conveying, so to speak, or it's a means by which we can look at covering the financial gap created from construction to affordability. And so we're really creating opportunities for the increase in tax base because it has 0 taxable value now. It'll obviously go up once the buildings are constructed. And that new tax base can be used, that increment can be used to help offset some of this gap. And we're going to get into that a little bit more here. So next slide. Just a shot of the current status in the projected view signage there at the site. There are kind of pre-development activities going on there now. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a question? So I look at that picture every
Yes.
single time I go anywhere. And there have been all kinds of rumors, like gas coming underground from the gas station and stuff. What is any of that?
Well, very good question. So as part of Habitat for Humanity's due diligence and so forth, they also were approached by the liable party associated with the release from the gas station further to the, I guess it would be southwest of the property, primarily for acquisition or access to the property so that they could do some additional testing, because there was some concern potentially that that could impact water supply and occupancy of the future residences. Some additional testing, Habitat and the Land Bank Authority allowed access. They've done additional testing and they've determined that the plume does not come there. So it comes shy of those properties. So we made sure that that was not going to be an issue at this point in time from a standpoint of future development.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this slide, again, just is a rendering of the plans for the properties. That's just a picture of each one of the units to show the shared space from a standpoint of connectivity between the two units. Next slide. So basically, we're looking at when we look at the cost of construction and we look at the gap that's required or that's going to be part of this process, we're looking at potential eligible activities through the brownfield plan of approximately $737,000 that we have to try to offset on this development. Seems like a big number. It is a very big number, particularly when we look at the unit gap per unit. It's about $121,000 between what the affordable price is going to be on those parcels and the appraised value. I believe their affordability level, which will be regulated by Habitat with respect to who gets to have an opportunity to income qualify for those properties, is about 165,000. And I believe the appraised value is at 286. So I mean, we're at a significant difference there with respect to that. Now, obviously, we'll show here that we're not going to necessarily be able to cover the entire gap, but that's where they bring their resources to the table with respect to volunteer assistance and philanthropy and other fundraising that they bring to the table to help also contribute to that financial gap. And it's taken a little bit of time to get here, I'll be perfectly honest with you, because I think this was somewhat new, the approach. And I think it took a little bit for us to model that, to look at what that looked like from a financial standpoint. It took an effort from Habitat to go back and look at their numbers to kind of see, is this, is the juice worth the squeeze, so to speak, to try to help with this process based on the plans for this project. And so I think obviously everybody agreed that this was worth the effort to try to go through this and use this tool. And so here we are today. So basically, when we look at this, the eligible activities and so forth, we have a few other ones. There's it was about $3,000 to put the brownfield plan together. And then I think we have anticipated about $250 annually that would be an administrative cost to the authority, who is going to have to continue to track, make sure that his taxes are paid and things are reimbursed appropriately and so forth. But again, this main purpose is to offset the cost gap associated with the project. We know right now, based on going in, that we're not going to be able to cover the entire cost gap, even with a full term of the brownfield plan. Next slide, please. And we'll get into those numbers a little bit. Let's look at the process here again. So the reason why this property is eligible for brownfield is that due to land bank ownership, it is not contaminated. It's not a site from that perspective, but it would be considered, any property that's under the control or ownership of the land bank is considered blighted under the statute and can qualify as a brownfield site. And so we're drafting this brownfield plan while it's under the control and ownership of the land bank, so that we can take advantage of the statute and utilize this tool to do this work. So obviously the brownfield plan has to start at the brownfield authority level. Brownfield Authority has reviewed the plan and has recommended, obviously, that this go before both the township and the Board of Commissioners with respect to the approval process. So after the adoption of this plan or assumed adoption of this brownfield plan, it's going to take a little time for this to be built out, obviously, but as it goes, the tax increment will increase over time and we'll be able to continue to capture tax increment to repay. Next slide, please. And before I let me step back here a little bit. I can't recall if it's on one of the following slides, but as far as that process is concerned, typically the Brownfield Authority goes through the effort to putting the plan together, making sure all the numbers work and so forth. And then because we're going through the county's Brownfield Redevelopment Authority or countywide authority, the statute requires us to take it before the local governing body where the project is occurring, which is Casson Township, and have them concur with the terms of the plan by resolution. That's a meeting that we have tonight at 7 p.m. And then once that goes, we bring it before the Board of Commissioners, subject to a public hearing. And then once the public hearing is completed, should the board agree that they would then adopt the plan. So that's the process which we go through. But basically, so estimated outcomes of this brownfield plan, we're looking at 6,600 square feet of affordable housing, about 1.5 million in total investment, single job and 3 jobs retained. Again, initial taxable value is 0 because it's held by the land bank and it's tax exempt at this point. But once it is fully built out, it would technically bring in a future taxable value of about $858,000. We're looking at a planned capture of 30 years. That is the maximum that we can take a brownfield plan out, just by the nature of the tax generation and how much we can try to generate to offset, keep it affordable. That's what we need to do. So we're looking at about $7,500 of administrative expenses through the life of the plan, about $3,000 for the reimbursement to the authority for their costs for the brownfield plan. And again, we're looking at $726,000 maximum amount of developer eligible activities, meaning that cost gap, of which we believe we're going to generate about $325,000 to help offset that gap. So like I said, we're not going to fill it completely, but $325,000 is a good chunk towards helping in that process. As you may or may not recall in some of your previous brownfield plans, once we have paid back the eligible activities, a brownfield plan can capture another 5 full years for their brownfield revolving fund. We're not proposing to do that here. Obviously, we're falling short on our eligible costs. So we're just going to focus those dollars towards offsetting that financial gap. The Land Bank Authority, as part of this process, does qualify the property for the eligible tax for the property specific tax, which is AKA the 550. Basically 50% of the taxes that are captured can go to the Land Bank Authority for 5 years. And the other 50% that goes to the Brownfield Authority to repay that gap that's there. Actually, what happens is the property, once it comes from the land bank and is transferred to Habitat for Humanity and ultimately the owners, becomes a specific tax and it comes off. It mimics the ad valorem tax, but it becomes a specific tax, which is that 50-50 split basically. And then there's about $6,500 in state education taxes that we are capturing that will go to the state brownfields fund as a requirement. Next slide, please. This is probably going to be hard to read, but basically this is the level of detail that we go through with respect to putting these plans together. So this tax, or table number 2 is a tax increment revenue capture estimates. And it just kind of shows years 1 through 3, and then the latter part, we kind of broke it so you could kind of see the entire span of the years that are there. But if you want more detail, that kind of gives you the estimates and so forth that we come up with over the life of the plan. Next slide, please. Similarly, this is the estimated reimbursement schedule. So we have the tax table on one table, and then we take those revenues that are generated, and then we generate what's called a reimbursement table. And it kind of just shows where the money's that's captured, the revenue that's captured, and how it's dispersed or distributed appropriately through the process. Next slide. I think that's the last slide. Yep. And I know we kind of raced through that a little bit, but hopefully gave you a better understanding of this process. Using, again, the Brownfield Authority and the Land Bank Authority collaboration to utilize this tool to try to help support affordable housing in communities is one that is being used throughout the state now more and more. It's just one more tool that we can use to try to help fit the bill with respect to housing needs in various communities. So,
Yes, I would like to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we place the Maple City Crossings Brownfield Plan on a regular board meeting of June 21st agenda for the consideration and final approval. Support.
Any questions?
So this is just an illustration of how difficult it is to build affordable housing. The other thing you might need to know or be aware of is that the septic permitting process took 18 months. So time being money, it was, quite a struggle. And I congratulate you for sticking with it and
Thank
putting
you.
this together.
Thank you.
Commissioner Evans?
Probably Jody on this meeting next Tuesday. But you said, is that 6:30?
Yes, you guys set the public hearing for 6:30.
7. You scroll down for a public hearing, they got it at 7.
It was posted in the newspaper already at 6:30, so I'll just make sure that it gets
The one I'm
posted
reading
here
here.
correctly. Okay.
Is that on the website? Where is
Well, it's
that?
this one.
Oh, okay.
In the resolution.
We'll have to make that. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have a clean resolution for your consideration next week. And I made a note, I'm going to print out some larger copies of the tables. I realize they're hard to read. A little easier to read if you're scrolling on the computer, but we'll have those available so that you can see that a little bit better.
This is very complicated, very necessary, so thank you for being willing to jump through lasers to serve. I'm very excited about next week.
Commissioner Sunstein?
No, I'll add things as well, but this is nice to see TIF apply to affordable housing in Window County. And I hope this might be one of many to come down the pipe, but great idea. Thanks so much. If I could add, I pointed out at the Housing Action Committee meeting yesterday that Jim Tischler, when he was here from the State Land Bank Authority and did his presentation, he felt Leelanau County was very close to doing one of these. And I kept thinking in the back of my mind that this is the project because we already had it moving forward. So the benefits there are, it offsets the gap. The TIF is captured, which helps Habitat for Humanity on future projects and perhaps even using it as a leveraging source on other projects because we have a continuous stream of TIF coming in. Without the project, without the brownfield plan, maybe the project would still go forward, be a little more difficult. Because of the development agreement that we have between the Land Bank and Habitat for Humanity. If they step away from that, we still have the property and there's still no taxes on it. And we still have to find another developer or sell the property. So without this, it's possible this project or future project could happen there, but it would still be zero taxes on there for quite some time.
So walk me through how the property taxes work over time. you guys kind of covered a lot of different things. So talk to me about that. Also, you're relying on TIF long-term. I'm looking at the markets this week, and I see where housing in the market now is starting to reduce in value. Homes that were listed over the last couple of months, housing prices have been coming down. Sales for houses now are
Plateau. Plateau, that's the word.
plateaued.
Mhm.
Yes, and they're in the reverse. So, how's that gonna affect your plan?
Well, thank you for the question. I think the one thing that we have to look at is brownfield plans are dynamic creatures. They're estimates. When we went into this, obviously, I'll be perfectly honest with you, the Habitat or Habitat for Humanity does a wonderful job in putting their numbers and very thorough on putting their numbers together with respect to the estimates that they anticipate for the construction costs and so forth. Obviously, because they need to raise the money and try to be able to build these things out. So we had some really good numbers to work with to begin with. And then we also worked with the assessor with respect to understanding how that was going to pan out. And they're going to be able to assess it as best as anybody from a standpoint of today's values, maybe not projecting to the future values. I understand that. So there's a little bit of guesstimation with respect to how's that going to pan out. I believe there's a 1% increase year to year on value on that property. We thought that was a fairly conservative number. Hopefully there's some appreciation occurs on these properties over time. And then to get to to anticipate what that's going to be up or down over the long term is a big question. And
The question is, how does it impact the plan?
right. So obviously, if there's less increment or less taxes due to values coming down, there'll be less revenue that can go towards offsetting these costs. But here again, they're going to be working on, as Trudy indicated, using these dollars to leverage other projects and to leverage projects going forward. So they may or not have a little bit or more, a little less money, depending on the situation. So there could be some impact in that regard. We tried to make a conservative estimate with respect to what the anticipated value is going to be over time. And I was going to address your question about taxation,
Yes,
if that was still a concern. So again, the property is under the control of land bank, so it's at zero taxable value currently in the tax rolls. And as I indicated, we worked with the assessor to come up with what that value is going to look at once these buildings come into play in the properties. And so we use those numbers to anticipate based on the millages that are applicable to the site to generate what our tax revenues are going to be over time. Keep in mind, as I mentioned, is that for the first 5 years, once this property transfers out of the land bank, for the first 5 years, it's tax exempt, so to speak, and it becomes a specific tax based on statute. That specific tax mimics ad valorem taxes. So all the millages basically are the same. It's just that they're going to be captured the same. They're going to go 50% of them for 5 years go to the land bank for their operations, and 50% goes to the brownfield to offset the costs that we just talked about for 5 years. Once that 5 years is done, the specific tax ends and it just becomes the ad valorem tax roll at that point going forward. There are a couple millages that drop out of our capture formula. Basically, because it's a specific tax, we can capture debt millages, any special assessments, those types, and school. We can capture those costs or those taxes as specific taxes. But once that specific tax goes away and it goes back to ad valorem taxes, 100% then goes to the brownfield for us to reimburse that gap but we can't capture debt millages. We're not doing the school taxes anymore, and any special assessment type thing. Over time, also, any new millages that are eligible under the brownfield that might come and go over the life of the plan. I mean, this is a fairly lengthy time. Those can be added as well, and others may go away depending on how those pan out over time. Point I was going to make on that, but that's basically how that would work.
And so how does Habitat make a return on their investment?
So basically, from a standpoint of the revenue stream that comes from the tax capture, they would be submitting to us that gap request, which we would affirm as an authority. And then every year that we have the revenues that are paid, the taxes are paid, we would capture those taxes and distribute them accordingly to the Land Bank Authority, or to Habitat. Correct.
So go through Land Bank and end up at Habitat.
They actually go through the Brownfield Authority,
Brownfield.
and then
Okay.
correct. So it's very much performance based. I mean, some of them pay their taxes, we don't pay that back.
After the 5 years,
Excuse me?
after the 5 years, let's see. After the 5 years, Land Bank is out and strictly brownfield at that point?
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Butler?
I was a little confused on the voted on millages. So like, say for the fire and rescue,
Mhm.
that isn't captured, that goes to fire and rescue.
No, that would be captured.
It would be
It, just for the 5 years.
for only the 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
And same with recycling, are those captured also?
Yes.
or-
Yes.
For 5 years.
For 5 years. And then once that specific tax goes away, after 5 years,
Rolls off and
it just goes back to full ad valorem. I mean, it really is all ad valorem still, but it's called a specific tax. That's what's allows us to do this additional capture for those 5 years. But what changes is because the land bank's not involved and the specific tax is no longer involved, the statute for brownfield limits us to certain taxes that we can and can't capture. So special assessments, school debt, those.
Take a break. I need to take a break. It says here that my computer is shutting down on me. Thank you.
Break
I
while
need
the
to
clerk
get,
corrects the problem.
he's
Yeah.
out here.
Leanna, did you want to come take a look? It's telling me that it can't access my drive and it stopped my video first.
So to complete your sentence,
Sorry. I
brownfield
don't know.
wouldn't capture. Is that?
Mr. Rushton, we probably ought to wait.
Yeah, I know. I was just clarifying what he said.
Stop
let's-
it
let's
on
wait.
my phone. I saved it a little while ago, but I'm not. My savings, like my memory, this is here, but it's not savings, but it should be in.
Gotta love technology, right? You gotta love technology.
Right, so you think if I close that, I should be good and just hit save, right? I've never seen that before. Did you? Yeah. Switches. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thankfully you were in here. All right, let me make sure I save this. In case I have to do something else.
Are you ready, Jen?
Yeah, looks like she says I'm good. Okay. Thank you.
Are we fixed?
Now, it says it's recording until I get the next red stop button.
Commissioner Rushton had a follow-up comment.
I was asking you to complete the comment that you had just made. Brownfield not captured, is that what you?
Right, the special assessments and the school taxes and so forth, we would not capture going after the 5 years.
Because it's brownfield, under brownfield.
Under brownfield now, yes, correct.
So
And-
another question
uh,
is,
I'm sorry, can I add one thing to that?
Sure.
The one thing I was gonna mention, I remember now what I was gonna say about the school taxes was that any school taxes that are captured are backfilled automatically from the state. So they don't lose that funding.
The schools, yeah.
and how much are the tenants going to be paying for these units? Do we know?
I believe the mortgage value on those is 165-ish.
That's the average, and it are determined on the interest rate. You know, as you know, interest rates have gone up. And it determines on affordability of the home buyer. We try to keep the ratio of their home payment no more than 30%. So it, 165,000 is just an average based on history. And that as we recognize, interest rates have gone up, which has a direct impact on how much to qualify for. So I'm hoping that also levels out and does not keep increasing.
So do you have an estimated baseline or it just depends on their income? That's
Yes.
how they qualify. So
Yes.
it's their income, 30% of their income. And it's offset by who pays the rest of that? You, land bank, Brown?
We pay a silent second based
Okay,
on,
So you're the second
Yeah.
on the title or
Yeah.
on the loan?
yeah. And it's interest free, silent second, they do not make a payment on it until they either sell their house or sometimes that doesn't happen very often, but maybe once we finance their home.
So even if they lose their job and their income goes to zero, then Habitat has to pick up those mortgage payments.
Yeah, if they lose the house, I think we
They
have
lose their
maybe
job.
one foreclosure in the whole 30+ years. So
Well, we're walking into a different economic environment over in these future years. So that's my question. You know, if you have one or more than one that lose their jobs and their income is basically reduced to, you know, a much lower amount. Is Habitat in a position where they could cover all of these mortgages that we're going to be seeing?
if
If that should happen.
oh no, it's a very rare situation. So if someone loses their job and they cannot make a monthly payment, their home goes up for foreclosure. Is that kind of what you're asking?
Yes, what
Okay.
happens?
And so if it comes up for foreclosure, we do have first right of refusal. We have the option to buy back the home based on what they have put in. Or we also have that restricted deed that they can sell it at affordable market rate for another family that
Okay.
can afford it. We try to keep that home affordable. So,
Commissioner Loner?
Yeah, Angela, I think you just answered my question. That was how to kind of keep these homes in the affordable
Yeah,
housing.
yeah.
You control that through the second.
And there's a restriction on the property, on the deed.
Restriction on property.
With, yeah,
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Are we ready to vote? All those in support say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
guys.
Now we have current court administrator's last day. He decided to celebrate it with us. And the new court administrator and the judge.
Did you bring any cake? Did you bring the leftover?
The leftover cake is upstairs, and so
Just come
you're
upstairs.
welcome to come on up and have some. I had to show my golf balls that I got from our staff. It's got this nice logo from. Yeah, these go straight.
Wow.
Chuck thinks that I, hit all the balls in the pond or the trees or something already, so.
Oh, those are sharp.
You got the edge when you're shooting it, right?
Maybe
They play better at Leelanau County courses or something, I don't know.
So does your day end in the next 30 minutes? I'm sure the judge will say.
I told them this meeting should go until 5 o'clock, and you can't leave until the meeting's over. We should be last on the agenda.
Put them on the bottom of the
Welcome.
desk. Well,
How are you? How are you?
Is your desk cleaned out yet?
Everything's cleaned up. We backed up the truck and moved him out.
Okay, we have page 76 of our packet, your request.
Okay, this is our annual request for our child care fund. Child care fund runs from October 1st to September 30th. This is for the 23 fiscal year. We need to make this ask now due to current general fund budget, which is also in the process of being developed, and we have to put that in along with that, even though we're on different fiscal years. This budget is required to be in by August 15th. This budget is what we pay for our foster care, institutional care, and in-home supervision services. The ask is about $14,000 more than last year. Our ask this year is $760,393. Last year was $746,206. About a $14,000 increase, which is mostly just due to salaries and benefits, a bit of the 3.25% increase from cost of living, and some other things that we figured in terms of inflation. Some costs we believe are going to be, going up as we experience more gas cost and everything else. But bottom line, it's very close to what we've asked for in the past. The other really important aspect of it is that we receive 50% reimbursement from the state. So if our ask is $750,000, then we expect to get $375,000 back from the state.
if expended.
If we spend it. And typically, historically, we have not spent anywhere close to that. Typically, it's half of that.
Tricia?
Move to recommend approval of the child care fund annual plan and budget in the amount of $760,390 for Leelanau County fiscal year October 1st, 2022, September 30th, 2023. To support Joe question, you still get administrative costs through the state and so in addition to the 50%.
Yes.
Other questions? All those in support, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same?
Thank you.
You have a vote?
Could I have about 30 seconds?
You
Chair?
may, and you have another item on the agenda.
Oh, no, it's part of this, but it's really part of Joe. Watching him for the last time do this budget, I just want to say publicly how thankful we are for your 34 years here at the court and 9 years as court administrator. And we've, as he decided he was going to retire, he said, a lot of memories have been rolling through his head, which you can imagine. All the youth, all the families, all the judges, all the attorneys, all the different commissioners. And those are memories that he's going to take with him. But what he's leaving with us is a stronger prevention program, a very, very strong CASA program, strong volunteer program, a very, very good positive working relationship with community mental health and respectful relationship with the Department of Health and Human Services, and a good relationship with the Grand Sheriff's Band. So thank you for leaving us with that. We will miss you, but we are happy and wish you the best.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay,
You still got 25 minutes.
yeah. He's supposed to be up in a meeting soon, so I'm gonna get through this next section
Oh,
here,
we do
which
have
is
one more, that's
the
true.
will and
Right, we have one more,
safekeeping request. And basically, that was a request that was put in the 2021 budget, a capital outlay under $5,000 it was approved, but we never purchased it. And so I think you, in your packet, you should have received the request we're making to put it through the 22 budget instead. All the estimates we've gotten are well under the $5,000. And so we're just seeking support for the purchase of that will for safe, safe for the wills to be used in this year's budget.
Commissioner Rushing?
So it's my understanding when we move from year to year on the budget, if the dollar's not used, it goes back. Does it go back to general fund? So you don't have that in your budget this year, evidently. It wasn't put back in the budget this year.
Correct. That's why we're making the request.
So
Be able to. We have the capital outlay under 5,000 and in a line item in 21 budget, but it was never spent. I'm going to say maybe COVID had something to do with it. You know, just a different kind of year. Chris isn't down here, so I can't exactly explain why it wasn't actually purchased, but.
Commissioner Roberts?
I move to approve the purchase of the fireproof safe for probate clerk from the 2021 capital outlay under 5,000.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Ludger?
Just a question of, you can buy it locally from Integrity? Okay, if you order off the Amazon, you'll pay shipping, wait for it, etc. So you have to select what's best for, and I think this is a good idea. Do you not have a vault up there? Or no vault up in court?
Not upstairs in the court, but there is in the basement.
Okay.
Yeah, the best price really is from Integrity because it includes the delivery and the installation.
That's, yes.
Commissioner Rushing? All those in support of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? You have a Tuesday.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your support over all the years.
Good luck.
Keep up the good work.
Luck and well.
And we now have an item on the agenda for information.
Sorry, I ran down.
Perfect timing, Chris.
Thank you.
While she's walking to the table, we'll compliment her on the high-speed webpage we have. Very responsive. Thank you.
That's on the agenda.
Glad you like it.
Mr. Lovett.
Yes, I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners purchase of 18 new Cisco network switches from CDWG at a cost not to exceed $12,597.30 with funds from data processing fund number 636.
Support.
So my question is, what are all the switches and claims and accounts?
In claims and accounts, I am not sure what you mean.
In our bills for this month, there's tons of Cisco switches.
Those are the current switches that we have.
So you've been purchasing them all along?
No, the ones that we currently have, I've been in place for well over 10 years. I'm not even sure of the exact
Have these
date.
been ordered?
No, not yet.
I don't know if there's any other questions. Maybe.
Any questions? Looking, any other questions on this?
Well, I'd like to have clarification on the question before we move to a vote.
Were there switches purchased in the last month?
In the last month? No, there was one, well, there was one ordered in January that we finally got last month. They were back ordered for that long, but that was just one.
All right, so here's CDW government, IT, Cisco managed 48 port.
That was the one, I believe.
I'm sorry?
That was the one that we finally received.
It was ordered in January and you just got billing for it now.
Yeah, because we finally got it.
But there were others. Well, I'll go back through it. I thought there was other Cisco switches in here too.
We could, we'll move this forward to next Tuesday night if you'd
No,
like.
it's okay. I'm okay. Me personally, I'm okay with approving it. I was just wondering if we had some kind of a mix up or something, but you've already ordered one and now you need the rest of these.
Now I need the rest of them, yes.
Okay, and I'll look and see what else I was reading.
Okay, we have a motion. Any other questions? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another request.
Yes. This request is to purchase some SQL server software. My intention is to create a new database server, which is basically going to house the BSNA program that multiple departments use and is greatly needed, I believe, because of the performance frustrations that the staff are feeling. So our software is out of date. It doesn't even match with what some of the townships are using. So we definitely need to do an upgrade.
So it's interactive
Yes.
between departments here and our townships?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other
We have a suggested motion in our board packet. Patricia?
I move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to approve the purchase of a SQL server to 2019 from Safety Net at a cost not to exceed $7,172, with funds to come from Data Processing Fund number 636.
Second.
Any questions? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Now we have an update on the website.
Yes. Through much frustration, we finally realized that in the past couple of weeks, I believe the actual traffic to our website has increased and the resources that were allocated to it were inadequate, which is why everyone was experiencing the issues that they were. So we upgraded. We have a lot more processing power and memory allocated to it. So I think we should be good for quite a while. Excellent.
And just to follow up, we formed a committee. We're looking at a new website design. Our website is approximately 10 years old. It's not the most user friendly. And so we formed a committee yesterday and Shruti has decided to lead the charge and we'll chair our committee and go forward with that. So we hope to have more updates for you. But it is time that we update our website.
Thank you so much, Anna.
Oh, you're welcome.
We were getting comments and calls from people trying to sign up for recycling, et cetera. But it was personally frustrating. But I want to say, now it moves like grease lightning. I think it's faster than it ever was before.
Well, that's great. That's the
Thank
best news I've heard
I
then.
think our frustration internal is probably just as great, if not greater than that.
I can imagine.
We really tried many things to see what the problem is.
Yeah.
Commissioner
It's
Rushing?
not me.
Nope.
This committee that is forming, how or are the townships involved in this?
We just had our very first meeting yesterday, so we
Okay.
just did the planning. Everyone agreed that we need to look at that new website, so we're not to that stage.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll get there. But yeah.
Thanks.
We're doing the behind the scenes first to get ready.
Got it.
I hope the search function on the website is more user friendly.
We brought that up too.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now have a review of our septic system goal. Commissioner O'Gara?
Commissioner Ansorgi stepped up for the next step in a long process that's been going since we have lowest found documentation. Commissioner found documentation or records from 1991.
Should have brought the folder. Old history.
So it is a continuation of a goal that we had for 2021. And it is June. We need to continue to make progress in ensuring that the drinking water that we all drink and the waters that we all swim in, that when our grandchildren jump in a lake, it's as clean as it was for us, that we know that we're all drinking clean drinking water, safe drinking water. it is part of our public trust. And to support our residents, our visitors, our farm community. I believe the next steps need to be reviewed. And I would suggest that we have a special meeting. And bring in, I spoke to supervisors in the townships that have septic ordinances. They said that the only complaints they get are from realtors trying to figure out which township's ordinance they're dealing with. They would appreciate consistency, but they've gotten no complaints from their citizens. I think people appreciate the fact that their waters are being protected, that their grandchildren are protected. So I would like to suggest that we have a special meeting so that we can deal with this and evaluate next steps. And I'd like to propose that we set a date for a special meeting.
Motion.
I would move that we set a date for a special meeting to evaluate next steps on our septic goal.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions or comments or discussion? Commissioner Rushton?
Have we had any recent reports on our water? It seems the last I heard that our waters have improved in the last report we got. So do we have any sort of a report right now that's telling us that our water, the quality of our water has gone down?
There have been a lot of studies, especially of the lakes and enteric bacteria. Human enteric bacteria has been found in our lakes and all our lakes. We have a lot of very old septic systems in this county. Our state is the only state in the union without septic protections. That doesn't mean that we as a county cannot act to protect our children and their grandchildren. But yes, studies and also methods for studying that, determining that, have improved. So yes, there have been studies and enteric bacteria has been found in our lakes.
Part of your special meeting request involve Eric and an update on what he's done with the mapping and the.
Absolutely.
Other questions, comments? Commissioner Rushton, I saw your hand up.
Well, that was my question. We empowered the health department to digitize their records so that we could identify those landowners that have septic systems of record and to address septic systems that may be antiquated and creating a problem on our lakes. So I think that process is effective. It may be slow, however, it's effective. And to all of the county as a whole does not have, the problem I think that we're referring to is septics that are in low areas. But there's a lot of sandy area in Leelanau County. There's different topographical differences. So when you're looking at imposing on our taxpayers, especially at a time like this, when we have got a very unstable economic outlook for the future, I think it's a tragedy that we want to put another burden on our citizens by putting blanket ordinances out there for compliance. I do like the idea that we have empowered the health department to dive deep into this and take care of the issue if there is an issue with our water.
So I'd like to address some of that. What the health department, I've had my hand up for a long time, Commissioner Luther. What we have done with the health department is they have gone through and basically photographed each page of their records, but it is still not really searchable. So what you suggest is where we want to get. And I would also suggest that we as a county continue to give them the tools that they need so that we can identify properties. And I think education of our public is also something that we need to do. The enterprise could perhaps do some articles. They've been very good about that in the past because we have learned a lot. And yes, we can inform people about conditions that merit people checking their septic system to make sure that their drinking water has not deteriorated. And I'd also love to see long-term, this is not part of my proposal right now, but since you bring it up, helping the health department further digitize so that their data is searchable, so that you could put in and get a list of properties that have all the conditions present. They have high groundwater, they have low elevations, that kind of thing. So you mentioned a lot of really good, important ideas. I would suggest that we sit down with Eric Johnson, with somebody from Flow, bring in a few experts on this, so we can determine what we as a county need to do to protect our drinking water. And is that a burden that we are ensuring that we're all drinking clean water? That's critical.
Commissioner Lutner, and then Commissioner Rice.
I think Commissioner Rushing brought up a very good point. That to burden all of our residents with a blanket ordinance when our townships are also different is over restriction and unnecessary. And I know that's where Commissioner Algier is striving for a blanket ordinance. I think I'm all for getting an update and diving into this, because from what I understand is, yes, we're able to detect more and more as science improves. That is a good thing, but it's never been determined where that is coming from. It's always been assumed it's been bad septic systems, and that's why we've driven towards finding out where those are. It's also been suggested that it's from other things, and some of that is use of the lakes or people camping near rivers, etc. So whether or not it could ever be pinpointed or determined, who would know? So we have tasked we have used our health department, and I'm all in favor of digging deeper into those maps, but I guess I would have more questions now. The health department is who we would task with doing this. So this is the health department does testing, and the health department, I would say, is in charge of looking at our waters as is Eagle, etc. So what can we do to help? What has our health department done with the mapping we've given them? Have they sent letters to the homes that we do not know what they have for a system? Have they had the ability to be aware of what their system may or may not be? Maybe it's newer or better than they think. But have they been sent a letter? What has our health department done about that? Each township is different. in the greatest majority, in fact, as we looked at our mapping, that our equalization department did with our health department maps, I was actually surprised at how few systems are actually undetermined. I thought that there would be a lot more than what there actually was. So I know this has been a drive for certain people in our county for a long time, that, you know, just because, you know, other areas have it, should we also? We've also said that townships should have that ability to put in place if they chose, and many townships have. I've not heard from one realtor who said, oh gee, I don't like having to find out which township I'm in or what their ordinance is. That's all on the website. We just heard our website is faster than ever. So all the more easier for our realtors to be able to get that information and deal with that. And I'm a firm believer in the education of it all. So that's a perfect time to dig into that education. So I'm certainly all in favor of getting an update and look at reasons we can, or ways that we can expand upon the path we've taken. But if that special meeting is just to put a blanket ordinance on all of Leelanau County, I'm not in favor of that.
I know this has been a hot topic since I've been here. Not against you, Glenn. I don't really agree with the approach of a special meeting right now. I think we need to form a committee. A lot of people, health department, farmers, lake associations. Let's identify the problems. Let's see what they are first, and then have a special meeting, and then we can address how we're gonna take care of it. But having a special meeting in here just doesn't cause a big argument. We need to talk this before a year and a half ago, maybe just forming a committee and identifying the problems. And then come up with a solution.
Yeah. Thank you, Gwen, for making the suggestion. I think it is important to be informed. There has been a lot of changes. There is new material, and I have to say I have not kept abreast with all of it. So this would be an excellent opportunity. I would not be opposed to a special committee. In addition, I think that, you know, there are differing attitudes on the problem, and it's always good to look at the problem in total. So it's not an unsubstantiated way to go. But I do think it would be very important to have a special meeting to start with, to just get informed. And then maybe that will help us to find a little bit better what type of a special committee or if there is going to move forward. I did not hear you say, Gwen, that you wanted to come up with a ordinance that might be what you're thinking about, but that's not what you said. And I think I did hear you say it's important to become informed. A lot has been going on and to see what's the best for Leelanau County. So I appreciate your openness on this and would like to see us move forward.
So local experience outside of the village, but close in the township, there was a property, an older home that had maybe 4 people living in it, and it was sold and transferred into a short-term rental with the resulting massive party on the first weekend and the septic pumpers showing up immediately on Monday morning because the old system was never inspected or sized to handle a huge crowd, and that's kind of what we miss. We're not looking at the old systems, and especially on transfer, determining if it's able to handle a crowd of now 15 people, you know, the big party on the weekend. So, and this wasn't a waterfront property, but you know, it's certainly something that the owner of the property would find valuable, I would think, because they were certainly surprised. We probably got plenty of phone calls, and then the neighbors kind of wondered, well, why is the septic pumper here right away in the morning? So that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. I think one thing we forget. The power of the Board of Commissioners is limited. Ordinances are typically given that power by our state government. So in their wisdom, they saw the benefit of allowing townships to put in ordinances. My township does not have a sewer ordinance. Thank you, Elmwood Township. Suttons Bay does not have an ordinance. Thank you, Suttons Bay. Why not?
Because we have a sewer system.
Does that cover all
The
of
waterfront
Suttons
area,
Bay?
it covers the entire waterfront area and I could bring in the line.
To move forward. My point is ordinances are the authority of the townships. Now, this board has found a little caveat that, you know, if we move this under a health issue, it can go through the health department, or we can mandate the health department to impose this. But what you forget is you punish the majority of the people in this county because they have a different type of ground structure. The ground takes care of the waste. So also, when there is a problem, the health department, under their regulations, their authority, they are empowered to go into any place whenever there is a complaint by a neighbor or whoever. They have the authority to go in and make sure that that septic or the sewer system, whatever it is, and the water is safe. So at this time, Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend the motion. And my amendment is to strike the word special meeting and put in study session. I think it's important that we do continually, annually look at this issue, get all the facts on the table and move forward. And I believe that there has been a couple great suggestions. How do we want to educate our public? Do we do that? Do we empower the health department to do that? Do we put flyers out in every township so they can? Do we put them in our tax rolls when they
There's
go
a
out?
second to your amendment before we, okay, go ahead, Commissioner Rushing.
My point is there's very different methods that can be used to take care of problems. But to put a blanket ordinance out there is not fair to the people who live in this county, the people that we serve. Thank you.
There's an amendment on the table that changes the original motion from a special meeting to a study session. Any questions or discussion on the amendment before we go to the amendment? It has been amended that we been moved that we have a study session to review our septic goal and the issues of water quality and septic issues. All those in support of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
I understand the amendment was to change it from a special meeting to a committee of the whole meeting.
To a study session for the committee of the whole.
And therefore, if it was decided that we wanted a committee or to take action of that nature, anything even beyond having an ordinance motion, but any other type of motion would not be possible at the committee of the whole meeting, but would be possible at a special meeting. So I just want to clarify.
The amendment was to have a study session. That's different than a committee of the whole session. Study session, you cannot take any action to make any recommendations.
Thank you, Chad. That I said committee of
So,
the whole, but
yeah.
the same, the point is the same. At a special meeting, you could take some action of any kind. And in a committee meeting, study meeting, you cannot.
So the motion was to have a study session, which is educational purpose. You can dialogue, to bring people in, you cannot make any recommendations.
So we
But is
cannot
that,
bring in any experts.
No, you can do that. That's
Yeah.
just part of the study session. You just cannot make any formal recommendation.
I thought I misheard you.
that's all we're doing is changing it from the to the
You can
other.
obviously bring whatever results are to the next meeting, put on the agenda and so forth.
Mhm.
But a study session is a study session. Unless you do it as a committee of the whole, which you have the right to do also.
Commissioner Lautner?
Yes, I think Commissioner Rushton for the amendment, because I do think that is a great first step, and I absolutely agree with the comment that this is a good thing to bring forward once a year, look at, study, et cetera, and see where we are. It's a great, maybe beginning of the committee that Commissioner Robbins mentioned, that can maybe dig deeper into, as Deborah said, the methods, the ways, the different things, the different ways of solving problems that we have without just punishing all of the residents in the county for no, without good science. So that's my comment.
Commissioner Oliver, you made the original amendment. Does the mission,
I didn't
original
make an
motion,
original, yeah.
does the amendment serve your purposes?
It doesn't matter, did the motion pass or not?
Yes.
Yes, I have 5
Yeah.
too.
Thank you.
Did the motion pass?
I only had 2, I thought that said no, which was Algier and Soda Little. Were you a no as well?
I understood it to be 5-2.
I voted for the study session.
Okay, so then I have 5 too.
Mr. Chairman, I am for having the study, very much so, as my earlier comments indicated. I just was against moving it from a special session to a study session.
And I trust that, as chair, I trust that whatever we do with the study session, we can take to the next executive board meeting and then the next board meeting, and that's how we typically do business. So I'm comfortable with that.
Since amendment passes.
Yes. So now we need to vote on the motion. All those in support of the motion as amendment, all those in support of the motion, vote yay.
Yay.
Yay. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
You want to bring your calendar the next week, because this is a.
We have calendars now. These calendars fill up pretty quickly. Nice
Yeah,
to
yeah.
get it on our calendars. Does everyone have a calendar?
If I might suggest that the administrator put some dates out and we can respond. I've got a very full calendar right now. It's spring, summer.
It would help me if you have dates that you know you cannot do it, let me know, or suggest dates, whatever is easy to do. So, it's hard to find dates, especially in June,
Can we
July.
come up with those dates for next Tuesday night?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. But if you have some specific dates, let me know in advance, so I can try to whittle it down. Just to do some suggested dates.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, yes,
Can we
Commissioner.
take a quick 5-minute break before we move onward?
Take a 5-minute break. And let's make it 5.
I was told there's a lot of conversation.
My granddaughter's walking. We have a little strawberry patch. We're out there looking for the strawberries. We get about one ripe one a day. We're probably fighting over it right now.
I saw Bart Megan's posted that next week, probably.
land bank,
Yes,
brownfield.
you're back. I'm back. Back with a smile.
I know.
So we need to like just
I
go
know.
through a history report and at those meetings that had so many public comments and stuff. Okay, can we just organize history? Yeah, I mean, there's complaint of having different ordinances in different townships. Mhm.
Sorry, I got a couple things going on here.
Please unmute.
We're back, and we have the treasurer and the register of deeds with the request for a resolution.
Yes, the resolution, as I put on the agenda, is in support of House bills. This should be in opposition. Our request is laid out in the letter that Jennifer and I presented in opposition of House Bill 4729 through 4732. 4730 is more applicable to the county treasurers, whereas the others are applicable to the Register of Deeds. These changes and the statute are driven specifically for one private sector company. We're calling it the Zillow bills. Zillow is, in my opinion, overreaching with their influence at the legislators to modify the access and the price of the records that we keep here at the county level. Specifically with mine, they're looking to get a series of data information that we retain and we charge for. However, if this goes through, it's going to increase the burden on my office with no influx of revenue. It could actually see a decrease. We're trying to get, as many counties have, I don't have a number in my head, but I would say that I know of at least 20 counties that have already passed similar opposition resolutions that are being sent down to the House and Senate. So we're just presented today, see if you guys would pass a resolution in opposition. I give it to Jen for more specifics on the other House bills that are being presented.
The four House bills were presented together, and then they didn't pass, so they pulled out the treasurer one. That one did pass the House, so that one is going to Senate. So if that one passes the Senate, the other three, I can pretty much guarantee that they're gonna come back. Basically what they want is, there's a statute out there that the state says that we can charge $1 for our copies. They want to change that so that they can get our records for whatever it costs for the media, say a disc or a drive or whatever, to put whatever copies they want on these drives or discs, and then they can do whatever they want with them. And basically they're going to go out and sell them for a profit, chances are. They're not taking into effect what it costs to get these copies. We need the staff. We need the technology the cost to store these records, the internet costs to connect the people to get the copies of these records, insurance costs to protect these images from cyber criminals, and so they're not lost or stolen. And all of our copies are public record. Anybody can get to them. They have for years. They just want basically free access to them, so they can do whatever they want with them. Last year, the 2021 revenues for copy fees were $86,000. Of that $86,000, $84,000 of it came from our copies. So that revenue would be lost, and then that revenue goes to pay for all these internet, website, insurance, all that. That would fall back onto our constituents. Somebody's going to have to pay for that. So that's why we're asking for this resolution from Leelanau County. Several other counties have signed it already. I have a few here. There's Cass, I think, and I forwarded to
I
everybody.
believe it's almost 50% now.
Okay,
From what I've been told by
okay.
Matt.
And we don't get the updates daily, just
Yeah,
what?
so That was as of last week.
So that's at least 40 counties.
Yeah.
41 counties.
We have a motion to,
If I may ask, you said one already passed the House,
The treasurer bill did.
Treasurer.
the treasurer's bill passed the House, and how does that impact you?
It's the same as the Register of Deeds.
Okay,
Increased access, lower fees,
okay.
the same,
And-
Commissioner Water?
Is there more?
No, go
Okay.
ahead. I was looking for the motion.
I recommend the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners stand in solidarity with the Leelanau County Register of Deeds and the Leelanau County Treasurer to oppose House Bills 4729, 4730, 4731, and 4732, and stand up to corporations that data mine records for profit while placing the burden on the Leelanau County taxpayers. Also that the Board of Commissioners send a resolution in opposition to the above bills to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, State Majority Leader, and the Governor of the State of Michigan.
I'll support now.
Commissioner Solis.
My question you may not know the answer to, and it's just more curiosity. Did Zillow give an explanation of why they should be allowed to have this information at lesser cost than anybody else?
Profit, I'm sure.
But they didn't have a reason coming forward, they're just making the
I
recommendation.
don't know what their reasoning is.
Nor do I.
It would be interesting.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing, yeah.
Commissioner Rushton.
Well, in that same vein, once you open the door to one, now you have to open the door to any more. The next it'll be townships, other realtors, people that have an interest in the information for profit, you might say. So.
And we're not restricting access. We're just,
correct.
quid pro
Cover the
quo,
cost.
Cover the costs.
cover the costs.
Any other questions? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, thanks. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
When do you need that to go out? As soon as possible.
Well, it's gotta go to next week, right? Yeah.
In theory, it could be next Wednesday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that I think would be sufficient.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is the jury commission, and I think Clerk Crocker is joining us.
I don't think she's here yet, so it'll be me. Do you want me to come to the table or do you want me to just sit here? What would you like?
You can come to the table if we find a substitute for you there.
I think there's a 2-minute delay, so let's see if somebody comes running. Or I can just let it roll.
We did receive a hard copy of an email
Mhm.
that Michelle sent last night.
Yeah.
And we do have a recommendation on page 1. Want to speak to it, yeah?
Absolutely. I guess first of all, everybody's seen the email and the reports, is that correct? Okay. On her EDS, she does state her reasonings. Oh, just let me get to that. I do, yes, thank you. I have one. Due to the jury commission going from working in basically solidarity, 3 people would come in most of the summer and then have the jury packets and panels ready for distribution, signature and distribution by the end of September. So with the commission not wanting, in essence, to come in for the day, $70 of per diem, they are not hourly employees. So with that workload now coming on to the clerk staff, Michelle is asking to hire a part-time employee. It's a rehire of a retiree. It would be a Teamsters General 214 position at 21 hours weekly at the rate, current rate at the top, which is $22.93. That position does have prorated benefits. It would begin July 13th, and she's looking to keep the position until the next cycle, which would be May 31st of 2023, to see how this plays out.
I move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners that the county clerk be authorized to rehire a retiree for a Teamsters General 214 union position at 21 hours weekly at a rate of $22.93 an hour, with prorated benefits beginning July 13th, 2022 through May 31st, 2023. Second.
I just had a couple of questions about this. So at 21 hours a week to do this work, is that the jury commission wasn't working 23 hours a week?
They did 210, she had the number here, and I was thinking that she put it on here. So yes, it could be they could work 4 days, it'd be 3 people at 4 days one week, 3 days the next week. So with the 21 hours, Michelle's looking at, it could be 3 7s, or it could be that we take the 21 and split it. So we've gone ahead and we've mailed out 3,000 juror questionnaires. So then they are brought back in and they slowly trickle in. And then we have the phone calls that we take as well. Then those 3,000 get sorted. Are you over 70? Are you not willing to serve? Are there health, so in that regard, that's why she's looking to have a staff member who is basically solely dedicated to this. So before, we'd have 1 or 2 people come in, they'd work in the law library, a maximum of 3. And then from there, once these come in, then it's assessed as of the 3,000, how many weren't returned. And then a second mailing is produced, a second letter, a second mailing. So I didn't bring the number of typically what that is, but I know it's about I would say it's about over 500 that we remail a second time when they saw that time frame or thought, I'm not going to answer. So we have to attempt that. And we do keep a log of that.
Okay, well, I understand the need, but I was trying to look for some way outside the box other than to hire another employee and bring on another employee in the county. So if there are $70 a day is too low, do we raise that? Do we look for other jury commissioners to serve? We've got other people who are interested in our boards and commissions, but they're already serving on another commission, or the one they did apply for doesn't have an opening, etc. So could we go back and look at some of those applicants and ask them if they're willing to serve? And especially perhaps if we were to raise our fee up for so much a day.
Well, the per diem that's set right now is one that you also receive.
Right.
It's standard across the board.
Well, it hasn't been looked at for a while, so $70 a day may be too low to get some of these people to volunteer. That, or I know you use temporary office assistants. Is there any other? I don't know. I'm just not ready to support another hired position today. I want to look at other options first.
Commissioner Rushton and then Commissioner Roberts.
Yeah, so clear this up for me. The request to hire means you're gonna eliminate the 3 people that were currently working on the jury commission?
It's not an elimination. What it is the work is prepared by the staff. So in other counties, work is prepared by the staff, meaning this all goes out, it's collected, it's taken care of, they're pulled, and then there's panels. I don't have the number in front of me. I think it's 20 panels for circuit court, or maybe even 30. So each court has a set of panels. And those panels have 25 jurors, questionnaires basically linked inside of it. The commission comes in and they review then what has been produced by the employees as, do these people qualify to be a juror? Where are they at within the packet? Meaning, is there aged out, those kind of things. So they would be then reviewing where before after the staff sent out the 3,000, the jury board collected it and sorted, and then they redo a second notice, then they come back in and we have a big bag, I'd call it, like a tumbler, and you pick out people's names on little tabs to then put them in. So then you find that application with that tab, you stick it in a packet, then you go through and make sure again that packet is clarified and that they are a juror that can go on. The jury commission would then come in and they sign off that each one of those people that have been selected basically pass the test to go forward.
How much time does the jury commission take to do the jobs that they were?
So Michelle has here in the EDS, it was approximately 221 hours for the 3 jury commission members, plus additional staff. So it's 221 hours spent in essence with those 3 people doing this task that we're now going to engage one person to be in charge of. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking to put one person in charge of this large project. Once that project is completed, typically the middle of September, the jury commission will be then called in, and then they will review the packets, and then they sign off that the procedures have taken place and that these jurors are to be.
And how many years have we been providing this service to the courts
Mhm.
without the added employee? How many years?
Well, I can tell you, I've been here for 17 and you've done it at least that.
And the
And
problem today is what?
the problem today is that the jury commission is not willing to come in, or they're stating they're unavailable to work throughout the summer. And they would like to go to the platform where they are a commission that comes and signs off. So a majority of the counties, they already have the staff in place and have been doing it this way for years. Does that make sense?
So if you've got an unwilling jury commission, why don't we just replace the jury commission?
Because it's not a standard. So that's just the platform that this county has maintained or has done for years.
I'm just saying, why don't we replace those people that are unwilling to come in on certain days, or add more staffing for those 3 months out of the year that they're unwilling to serve?
Well, that is what the first portion of the request is to add the staffing until October. And then within the second, on the email, she does state that she knows that she has an upcoming FMLA leave. And that she knows that that will extend in. So after the October sign off, we already know that we're gonna be down one person in the fall. So the 21-hour employee would stay on through until the FMLA leave
That
is.
doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. So if after October, there's going to be an FMLA leave, the employee that leaves on FMLA, this rehire will come in and be in there in the absence of that leave.
Commissioner Evans.
That's the second part.
Yes, the second part of the email.
One of the
Mhm.
parts there. Person.
Yep, so it's the same person.
And when that person comes in to replace the FMLA leave, her rate of pay stays the same.
Correct, same. Mhm.
Commissioner Evans.
Okay, so this position is just rough figures. here.
Yeah.
25,000 a year, so you're looking at. I just did rough math.
Oh, that's okay.
We-
When I did my estimation, I was looking at an approximate of about 520 hours is what I was looking at. And that was just to get through 2022. So what I'm looking at is, you said about 25, is that what you said? Yeah,
It's
so-
1092
Yep.
hours.
If it was to go all the way through July, that would be correct. Yep.
It's also my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
That this position really only is from May until November 1st. So what is this person going to do from November 1st to following May?
Sure, it actually starts in the end of March and into April. So currently what happens is the state sends us a disc, and then Leanna or the IT goes through and selects the jurors. Once the juror pool is selected, then this person will take on the tasks that some of the, like I have done, where I request from the enterprise all the product that needs to be able to send these out. So they would be orchestrating it ahead of time. So like right now, we've utilized our staff, tried to, in essence, utilize the staff and TOAs to get these out timely. In essence, these should have been out in May. Once the database is drafted, then we create mailing labels and we make sure that the questionnaire is up to date. And we send that to the enterprise for print. They fold them. They send us 3,000 documents back, 3,000 inside number 9 envelopes, 3,010 number 10 envelopes. And then those are all stuffed, put together, and then mailed out.
Okay, but we're eliminating 3 people, which is 633 hours. We're going to hire somebody for 1,092 hours, and plus give them benefits. The problem I have, what we're looking into, is what Chairman Wesson brought up a year ago when we had the assistant prosecutor down here. We opened up a can of worms. We have 2 bailiffs that are part-time that work 600-700 hours somewhere in the ballpark. We got a Marine down that's full-time, part-time. Are we going to start giving them health benefits too?
Well, this falls under here, that falls under the Teamsters, does fall under the Teamsters union contract. It does state in your union contract, I can believe Darcy can attest to this, There is a spot in the union contract about hiring the employee for only a certain amount of time.
There's a clause that we can hire out less than 26 weeks without being a member of the union.
So that's why this is in front of you today.
Does this have to be a union position?
For the contract, yes. I mean, we are a union shop, so this would be covered. But we do have agreement for it's less than 26 weeks.
Right. The benefits of having the rehire of the retiree is that this number that like you are stating is correct would be higher because there is no MERS. So because they are retired, rehire, retiree, whichever way you want to say it, there are no MERS benefits to this employee. They do have to stay under the requirement.
But I mean, retirement, excuse me, health insurance, which is another $10,000, $11,000 a year.
No, actually, the health insurance, and Darcy, did you want to talk about this at all on the health insurance? Okay, so, well, I wasn't sure, because I know she's in here. So health insurance is prorated when it's a part-time employee. So a part-time employee, right now, your budget is $6,818 for the year. When it's a 21-hour employee, it's 60% of that. And then the employee pays the difference based on our numbers. So what we're looking at is this is for 6 months, this is a $2,000 benefit. So if it's to carry forward, it'd be, if you were to go all the way for 1 year, it'd be over 4,000, correct? But for this time period, it's 2,000.
Now, how much overtime do you foresee with this position?
This would be none. This would be nothing past the 21 hours.
Yes, and I think the answer to address Commissioner Robbins' last thing is this eliminates overtime to do these particular tasks if this position is put in place. And it is not a year. It's being asked for July 13th through May 31st, which is short of a year in keeping with the contracts. And I think the other thing is it's a timeline issue. I'm gathering from reading what the clerk that's distributed and what she has here in this request is that this needs to get going because the court is beginning again. So although it might be a good idea to replace the commission, there's no time to get them a new commission on board and get training and all of this kind of thing. They've got to move on this to keep pace with what's going to be coming from the court, demanded by the court. So I think it's a reasonable request in my view. I think it covers two problems. One, it gets rid of the issue, try it out this year. Is this going to work better than it has in the past? And then it does cover that period when the employee from the clerk's office goes on FMLA and the work can continue without added overtime because this person would slip into that position.
Correct.
Commissioner Lautner, then Commissioner Rushton.
I guess I would like to see a separation of these two positions, and I would like to see us find a new jury commission if those are unwilling to serve by raising. I'd rather see us look at raising the amount we paid for them to come in and spend the day working for us here. And if we had a little bit of overtime in this summer until we get the new jury commission on board, ultimately, I think that would be a much better route to go. And then look at FMLA at that time, covering that with the temporary office assistant maybe at that time.
Commissioner Rushton.
You said you had 3 jury commissioners.
Yeah.
That are all 3 of those jury commissioners unable to work this year during the summer?
What they would like to see is they'd like the platform changed. They'd like to see that they are just signing off as the other counties do. So they would like to be the commission that comes in and approves those jury panels.
So how much time does that take?
We have that budgeted for 1 day.
Okay.
And that's in my, that is in my correction. I didn't know if anybody wanted to go over my.
So what you're saying is the tasks that the jury commission performed there will no longer be a jury commission that will perform those duties at that rate of
Correct.
$70 per full day, per diem.
Mhm.
And they just want to come in and sign off.
Correct.
That's this group.
Mhm.
It doesn't mean that another group would not be willing to come in and do that work.
Currently, according to that schedule, we don't have time
For training.
for any of it. I mean, you'd have to select a whole new jury commission. So by the time that you even did that would be July. And then in August, this work should be almost done into September to be approved.
And what's the timeline for need?
The timeline for need, we finished, well, we'll finish mailing out the 3,000 today. We have the last 100 that need to go in the mail. So we started mailing them last week. So we typically sent out 500 at a time about, so then all those are now coming in to be collected. So now the timeline starts where the documentation comes back. This person will be opening, sorting, separating. And then from there, what the jury commission would do is they would put these into stacks, go through them to make sure that you're an eligible juror. And then there's a whole procedure of pulling tabs and collecting the data, as well as second notices. Pretty much the first set, once you send out the 3,000, and let's say you get 2,000 back, it's the jury, it's the commissioner or this person's position that they will then take a list, what we produce of the 3,000 voters or 3,000 jurors, and then they will take those and remail a second notice. So a letter is generated. It says it's a second notice. It says, please compile this information and return to us. And then those are sent out. And then those come back again while the person is slicing and dicing and separating and sorting. And then when you have all of your second notices, your first notice and your second notice together, this person is going to go through and they're going to pull out of a tumbler the names that are required for all the panels.
Commissioner O'Gara?
So I hear some reasonable ideas for changes to how this is done. And I think it's reasonable to discuss those for next year. In the meantime, this year you do have a time element and we do want it to need to be timely. So I appreciate the fact that there is a solution that we can act on so that we meet our commitment. So I think we need to look at those other ideas for next year, but I would support this solution.
And then Commissioner Rapps.
Yeah, I agree. And I think there is a timeline here and our clerk is trying to be proactive, which a lot of times we do criticize departments for not being proactive and bringing things at the last moment. So I think this is her effort to try to stay up on top. Plus, it's a temporary. It means it's going to be tried out this year. Doesn't work as well, or we can get another commission. We don't commission, we pay more, we don't pay more, we're willing to do it. We have time to do all of that. And it's just a reminder that we're moving into elections. There's election training, there's all of the normal things in addition that get done in the minutes for all these meetings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But also elections is going to take a huge amount of time for our clerk staff. So their ability to absorb this task right now would be really challenging for them. So I applaud her effort and I'm going to support it.
I would support it. We'll finish up this year. We got a fire, we got to put it out. And we're going into budget, we can talk about
Pretty
23. But put the fire out, I would support it, just get us through this year.
Well, I'm going to support it as well. The treasurer came to us with a request for staffing in his office. We had to adjust the pay rate to solve his problem. The prosecutor came and made a request, and we tried to solve his problem. The judge came and we solved that with a staffing issue. So this is something that we're being asked by an elected official to do, and I intend to support it. Commissioner Lautner?
Well, I wasn't going to say that, but we did just add another position to the clerk's office this year. two, which is one you left out. Who are our jury commissioners? Is that Lind and Johnson? Who's our?
No, we have, yep, Rosie Schaub, Roberta Robel, and June Schaub.
June Schaub?
Mm-hmm.
So many shops get picked for jury.
I don't know.
Schaub is a commander. Okay.
Other questions? Are we ready to vote? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I think that's 5-2. Motion passes 5-2. We now have budget changes. Do we need any formal action on that?
May I ask a question? Yes, question.
Oh, of me? Oh, no.
Just a clarification, well, perhaps, this motion though, that just passed, unless it's changed to Tuesday night, does go through May 31st, 2023. Okay, just to be clear, because there sounded like there was some support only to the first of the year, or to the end of the year. Okay.
And on the agenda, under staffing, it also says budget changes, jury commission.
So that was what, I didn't know if anybody had any questions on, because I'll be giving this to the interim finance director to change. So it was just how, when this was presented to you, it showed on the jury commission with the approval of the position Tuesday night, how the clerk plans to change the requests from salary from per diem to salaried and so forth. So that's what that was in regards to.
But that's when the motion is.
Correct.
Okay, we now have item 10 on our agenda, the administrator appointments to board.
I think the rest are my items, so I'll come up here. Many of you know Michael Smith. He has served on quite a few boards and commissions over these years. He's no longer a county resident, and therefore he's not eligible to serve. And so the first item is a vacancy, his vacancy on the Parks and Recs Commission. And you see the Parks and Recs Commission review the applicants, and they made a recommendation, but it's up to the board to decide whether to go along that or pick a different candidate.
Commissioner Wagner.
So I recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to approve the appointment of John Aaron's to fill a vacancy on the Leelanau County Parks and Recreation Commission for a partial term expiring December 31, 2023.
Second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm just,
Yes.
thank you. I'm wondering if there was anyone who has applied to be on that who's not on any other boards.
I do not believe there was, if I remember right. We had that information. We looked at that.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, I believe you are correct, Commissioner Walter. I don't have my packet, but I think you're correct.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, the next vacancy is the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services Board.
Did they have a recommendation?
No. So in your packet was all the applicants.
I spoke with Barbara Connolly. And she would be very interested. Are any of the applicants not on any boards?
We have, could we go through the list of applicants and just see who we have? Mr. Istermy. We have Mr. Shutout. We have Allison Zemper. Anybody else in that packet? I think those were. the three.
Susan Chapman, is she one of
Oh,
them?
Sue Chapman.
Are any of those not on any of the boards? Do we know that?
Commissioner Lautner.
I would recommend we appoint Susan Chapman to that board.
I'll support.
Any discussion?
Certainly Susan. Just about the qualifications, for sure.
Part of the motion? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, that's, thank you. We'll pass this on to next week. Okay, this is the time of year we start the budget process. And then your packet on page 142 is the schedule for this year. It pretty much coincides the budget calendar we've done for as long as I've been here. We didn't put in specific dates for meetings because I've known 10 years we have never followed those dates based on your schedules. So what is firm is the packages did go out on June 10th. I want to thank Darcy, John, Johanna, Sarah, and Laurel for putting the packages together. Those did go out. The deadline is June 24th, which is the same deadlines in past year. And then the next several weeks will be spent putting those together and then getting the book out to the commissioners and then for you to pick some dates that work on your calendar. Like I said, every year we put together some dates for suggested meetings and we have never followed them because it's hard in May and June to pick dates for July and August. And so what Mr. Wessel and I were talking about is trying to consolidate the process this year. I know last year, for some reason, we had more meetings than usual. And I guess as it gets to that point, we can have a discussion, but we did start the process and the budget packages are out. I want to thank the staff for putting extra work in to get those done, because as you know, we're short-staffed both in accounting department and in the treasurer's office. We're short 2 people, but we did get the packages out on time. So this is just an update.
Comments? Commissioner Evans?
I would like to also touch on what you just said, Mr. Janik. Special thanks to those people you named out. They stepped up to the plate for us at a time we really needed somebody to be loyal to this county.
Anything else on that?
So, who have you determined will do the entire budget process?
Well, that's the next topic on the agenda. We're proceeding with the staff we have now to do the budget,
Which is,
we have 1 person in the accounting staff. We have 2 people there. As you know, Sarah Lauter is transferred to the treasurer's office. So Johanna Novak is the only person in the accounting department. And Darcy is filling dual role as interim finance and HR.
Thank you for the update on that. You want to move to the next?
Yeah.
Agenda?
Yeah, well, this is a follow-up to discussion we had last month. And you asked for an update a month later, and this is almost a follow-up for discussion we had in May and April and March and February. And we really need to close this chapter and move on. So let me give you an update where we are based on the decision the board made last year. For human resources, as you know, we've hired Darcy Weaver. Darcy's here. Darcy, will you come up and give an update? I've asked Darcy to come up with short and long-term goals, and we've started that process. So instead of me talking about it, I thought it'd be good for you to hear from Darcy herself.
Hi. So some of the goals that I've set, the first ones are just getting acquainted with representatives from the different places that we work with, MERS, Blue Cross. I have a list of people to contact that I will be setting meetings up with in the near future. I also am joining the Society of Human Resource Managers, and I'm going to join the Traverse Area Human Resources Association. Great opportunity to network and meet people and then be able to have resources to go to with questions and stuff. So I did have a meeting with Michelle and we have discussed some issues of transitioning different things from the clerk's office to me. Over the next couple of months, I want to work with her on Blue Cross and MERS. Those are 2 things that I really want to get very familiar with before I completely take those over. And other than that, I've been able to sit in on interviews. I got to help someone in the hiring process. So all of that stuff just seems to be coming. Collecting a lot of applications for county administrator. And yeah.
Also, I have nominated Darcy to go through the NACO Leadership Academy, the National Association of Counties. It's a program that Jen went through 2 years ago, I believe, and Amber Weber went through it this past year, and both of them spoke very highly of the program. So Darcy's in the process of being signed up for that program, which will start this fall, I believe.
August, yep.
August, yeah.
Actually enrolled this morning.
Okay, so we're going with that process also.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So next one is a little more complex, and that's finance. And as you know, we've been attempting to fulfill the finance position since posted in November. I made an appointment from January through April. That person has resigned and went back to the clerk's office, which I respect that decision. I came to board and you were very gracious to change the salary in April. We posted the ads, ran large ads, not just the help wanted ads, posted it on our websites. For the first 2 months, we got no applicants. I finally got 2 applicants, and one has no government experience, and that just would not work. She may be a very good applicant for the accounting staff, but does not have any government experience. We finally got 1 applicant in this past week. I'm not sure if that person is eligible or not, just based on their resume. We also have an opening in our accounting department, and so that's been a challenge, and really has not been fair to Darcy. I appreciate her extra efforts, but she can't really transition to HR while she's in there physically doing accounting work. With Sarah Lauter moving to the treasurer's office, which is a great opportunity for Sarah, and I compliment her on her promotion. It really has created another shortage. And I mean, I have literally seen Darcy in there doing accounting work. So really it's not fair to Darcy, and she's not complaining, but it's not fair to her. She's trying to take on human resources and also be the hands-on accounting person, as well as trying to make decisions on finances and putting the budget together and so forth. So we are at a point where it's been a challenge. So we have 3 options in my mind. One is we continue to hope to find a finance director. I'm not optimistic that's going to happen since we've had ads now for 2 months. We had some applicants for the accounting position. We actually interviewed some candidates last week to fill that vacancy. It's going forward, but I'm not as optimistic we're going to find someone with government experience. And the 2 reasons, we've had some calls with people. One is the salary. We're a little below what the average is for finance directors. And 2 is the constant controversy. People are concerned about coming here, knowing that this is a controversial topic, knowing that there'll be a new administrator, knowing there's new boards. People are concerned about should they leave a secure job to come here work at the county. But we can go forward with that if that's a decision of the board. Number 2 is I did look at outsourcing finances. I called Raymond, had a dialogue with them. Their proposal estimate, because it's not a written proposal, but verbal proposal, is it would cost $150,000 per year, and that would be on a consultant basis. They would not be a staff person here on a daily basis. They would be available for consulting. We still would have to hire person to fill the accounting, and we still have to name an internal finance director or coordinator. So for $150,000, I don't see that as a very viable option. The third option in my mind is simply to take the finance duties and put them back in the clerk's office on a temporary basis to get us through. And temporary, I don't want to speak beyond 2022 because I will not be here, but either for 1 year or through the end of the clerk's term, which is 2024, put the finance duties and budget duties back in the clerk's office. That way they can fill the accounting staff people, go forward, knowing though that it will be transferred at some point, and that's a decision the future board can make and the future administrator can make. So you look at how that would work. I actually have a chart that I believe the chief deputy clerk came out one time that actually outlines duties. And I thought this was very helpful. It does make it black and white. If you look at this chart, look at everything in yellow, human resources. That would transition to HR by the end of this year. So Darcy Weaver would have responsibility for everything that's in yellow with the X's there. The other functions that are currently listed as duties of the finance director would transfer to the clerk's office on an interim basis. By interim, it could be through the end of this year, or it could be to whatever decision the board makes with the assumption. Yeah, I'm sorry.
If you will clarify your statement.
Yeah.
We have got the yellow line.
Yeah.
And we've got X's.
Yes,
Which is appropriate, the X's or the yellow line?
the same thing, isn't it?
No, it is not.
Okay, everything that's under human resources, Xed out and yellow would stay with the human resources.
Okay, that's
Does
different.
that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay. So those functions would stay with the human resource, would be Darcy's Weaver responsibility, and she would work to have that transition done by the end of this year. The other functions were basically the functions that were under finance director, and then originally were part of the clerk's office, would transfer back to the clerk's office, either through the end of this year or through the suggested 2024 to give time to train someone to be the finance director and move forward, and at some point transition to an independent finance director that would go back to the administrator's office, assuming that's what the future board and the future administrator would prefer. I don't want to commit on behalf of future board or future administrators, but this would get us through this budget process and hopefully through at least one more budget process and train the right people and hire the accounting staff people to proceed.
Thank you. This has been a difficult process. And thank you for working this out. I think our first priority has to be that our budget process for our county is accurate. And I think it's really important that we have people who know the process inside out. And if they're willing to take that back, that is a gift, a value to our county, to our citizens. I'm glad that there will be a training process for Darcy Weaver. That's important. You need to be able to learn so you feel comfortable doing what you're doing and you're doing it accurately. So I'm glad you're willing to go through a training process. I think one of the things this board is going to have to confront is if we're going to have a finance director, people with those qualifications want to earn more money. We're going to have to deal with that at some point. And that's difficult, given we have other people working in this county. Somehow, we're going to have to figure that one out. But I appreciate the work that's gone into this. And I would feel confident in the budget process. This is our plan.
so Ted. As far as outsourcing, the only person that you reached out to was Raymond.
Yes.
Okay. How many accountants do we have in Leelanau County or Grand Traverse County that might assist us with performing the budget?
I'm not sure how many. You're talking about CPAs? Yeah, there's.
Several.
Yes, yeah.
So I'm a little disappointed that you didn't really further the research in this area to get us through the short term.
Well, there was no request from the board to do that. I did that on
I
the
do
suggestion.
believe I asked you
Yeah.
to look at resources, outsourcing, budget,
there was no action taken by the board to look at that option. If we're gonna do that, then we should go out for bids
Okay,
and do a RFP.
well.
I did look at the numbers, though.
Maybe that's where we.
And if you
should-
want to do that, we certainly can
Yeah.
do that.
I really appreciate the board's willingness to increase the salary. But have we done any research on that? Have you done the research on that to see what other financial directors are making in?
Not officially. The problem is each county is structured differently. So that's the challenge. If you just look at finance director, there's no set pattern. Some counties have an administrator that's also chief financial officer. Some of them have an independent finance department. Others have it part of the clerk's office. Other people have it part of the administrator's office, and they have different titles. So it's really difficult unless, just like we talked about doing a wage study, you can't just look at the titles and try to compare it because they're not apples to apples. They're all over the board. In Northern Michigan, some counties have finance directors, some do not. And it's really is a hodgepodge. And some counties actually have it split between a couple people. Some people do this part of it, other people do part of it. Some administrators are chief executive officers and chief financial officers where they do it through their staff, but they have assistants. So it really is a hodgepodge. There's no set uniform pattern for counties in the state of Michigan, how they do it.
I think that if those were looked at, you could compare the qualities or the qualifications of these directors that are placed in these different positions, whether they have a higher education, a lower education, if it's just years of service, so on and so forth. So I think there is a pattern that could be developed that we could use to hone in an appropriate fee for that. And my other concern here is the methods that we're using to try to attract the candidate that we're looking for. And if we have failed to do that in-house, the question is what agencies out there can provide the service to us and how much would that cost?
You don't know outsourcing, right?
Outsourcing,
Yeah.
headhunting.
I wanted to thank you for, I know it has not been an easy 13 months.
No, it has not.
And, I compliment Darcy and her smiling face as she's approached these challenges. I like what you're suggesting, although we're halfway to 2022. And I'm not looking for a month from now, start talking about booking and changing. I'd like a little longer, and I like thinking about it through the current clerk's term, if we can reach a deal, or at least through 2023. Patricia?
I agree with you, and if I understand, what we're talking about is taking those budgetary functions that the clerk's office was already doing prior to January 1st of this year and returning those functions minus the human resource, the items that are under
Yeah.
human resources. And those are the ones that Darcy just said that she was looking at working closely with the clerk's office, particularly in MERS and other issues where she's getting a little more under her belt in terms of understanding so that before she takes those on solely. So this makes sense to me, and I think you've certainly looked at other options. We're at a point where we're moving into the budget sessions, and I applaud Darcy and others and Laurel for starting that and getting the packets together and getting them out to the departments. I do agree with you that to saddle Darcy with this, with 2 jobs, when it was fun to hear her talk about her short-term and long-term goals and all the things that she wants to do, that she can't do if she's trying to carry 2 jobs, and the last thing we want to do is set somebody up to fail. And she is in a good position to succeed. So I'd like to make a motion that we return the budgetary function and those tasks that are associated with that the clerk's office was doing prior to January of 2022 to the clerk's office, leaving the items that are in yellow, that are, let me just say, that are human, those that are related specifically to the Human Resources Director, with the Human Resources Director, although being done in conjunction with one another or working together closely in the interim, and that transfer would be through the end of the clerk's term. Support. That's very confusing, long motion.
I'm not disagreeing or agreeing, but we have a motion to reconsider.
I'm sorry.
You do have and I guess we can clarify that by next week. This is the executive committee, but you do have a motion in place and a resolution in place how to go forward. So I think that is a valid point.
It's what I was gonna say. I've done a lot of thinking about this last night, and we do need to move forward. Been rough for you, I understand. What I'd really like to see, and some of you just don't fall out of your chair, but that Ms. Sawicki reconsider going back as our finance director. She gets to pick her own staff, and probably gonna be some openings there. And keep her at her pay that she's at right now. But after 1 year of service, she jumps up to full pay, which is about 74,000.
Yeah, actually, that'd be the decision of the clerk if you move, yeah.
Well, she would have to step down as chief deputy.
Well, that's what, well, first of all, it's been stressful for all of you. It's been stressful for all 7 of you too. So it's,
Well, it can't be motion because she would have to accept, but yeah, that's what I would like.
I mean, the job would have to be posted. It
We move
depends what
forward
you,
and We work
what-
towards the future.
so just, I think there's agreement that the items listed in the sheet on HR are stay as human resource functions. And they'd be transitioned through December 31st. You made a motion. There's no action required on that part. Correct? Everyone's in agreement? Okay, so then we go forward with the finance position.
So my question is, do we need a motion to reconsider if this is a stopgap measure to get us through this year until we have a new?
So
This is a way to negotiate.
let me, on HR, there's no action required because you take an action as part of the resolution. I have a person in place, we're going forward. This just clarifies the timeline, that there'll be a transition by December 31st, and these are the functions. In addition to the functions that were done prior and still are done in the administrator's office, the HR person will take on these functions. So there's really no action required on the board to go forward with HR. So if we're done with HR, we can now focus on the finance part of it, on the budget. The board did pass a motion creating a finance director. That's still, you haven't rescinded that. We truly have tried to find, we advertise it locally on the various job searches on the MAC webpage and so forth. Didn't get candidates. So how we go forward, do you go forward on an interim basis or do you go forward on a full-time basis? Your motion was full-time. If you want to do it on an interim basis, then I mean, we can check legally, but that's a good question you bring up about having to reconsider it. Because your motion, your resolution was for both positions. So you are going forward with the HR. I don't think there's any debate on that. It's just how we go forward with the finance. If you give me directions for next week, we can come up with the specific, get the process, but we really need to have some clarification on the finance. And whether it's short term, the current position as listed for the finance director, the range is 67,572
to 74,821. The current pay for the chief deputy clerk is 68,051. So that does fall into the line of the finance director position.
I'd like to finish what I was saying. And that is, I don't think we are abandoning what was done in May. We just haven't been able to do it. And meanwhile, we are doing workarounds so that we can get our budget done. And we can do that, fulfill that next year. And we may have to look at the salary. We may have to make a few adjustments. So I don't think, yeah, I love the legal opinion, but I don't see us abandoning that decision.
What I'd like to do is table this and for 1 week. And this is what I think about that. This is something she'd be interested in.
Well, be careful there, because if you transfer it back to the clerk, it's the clerk's decision. And she has not officially said she's willing to take this on. And then she would have to pick who the finance person is. So nothing against Jen, but it's a clerk's decision as the elected official, if that's what you wish.
She would go back as our finance director.
Well, I don't know, that's a discussion, because some of you say you want to keep a finance director and a chief deputy clerk,
No.
Okay.
She would have to go back as finance director.
and there would be a vacancy then for a chief.
Department, and she can pick her team.
Well, I just need clarification how to go forward. We can't be debating this month after month.
We do have a motion on the table, whatever we have, or whatever we decide today moves forward to next week. At that time, we could change the motion that's made next week.
I make an amendment.
And as the motion maker, I have a question. Thank you for calling. And it's, Commissioner Robbins, I just want to be sure I understand. You are suggesting that the finance is, well, I have two questions for you. You're suggesting that the finance director position, if jumping downstream, if Mrs. Ricky is interested in it, whether it is or not, that the finance director position be placed in the clerk's office, not pulled out as a separate.
What I said was, what I would like to consider is if we move it completely out like we did back in January.
That's what I want
She
to
would go
understand.
back as our finance director. The clerk would work with her for the next 6 months with the transition. The clerk could also keep her.
I would strongly suggest you not talk about people in this position, because you're talking about positions here.
Positions. You're
Because
talking about moving the position out.
it'd be, if you wish to make a change, you would move it back to the clerk's office. It'd be the clerk to decide how to proceed.
Yes, and my other, if I can, just a moment, have my second question and then a quick comment. What is it exactly we're reconsidering? Because, you know, I'm glad you're calling that point now, but I'm not sure what are we reconsidering? What would be a motion to reconsider on? Can you state for me what that would be?
Sending it back to the clerk's office.
Sending the budget function back to, what I proposed would be a reconsideration, is what you're saying. Sending the budget functions back to the clerk's office would require a consideration.
It's my understanding what that we have to reconsider.
Because we took account.
No, it's no different than the prayer. We needed 5 votes to get the prayer taken out.
And I don't mean to belabor, I'm truly trying to understand what it is that you're suggesting. We created a position, the finance director. And that, despite excellent efforts, has not been filled. So that position, I'm trying to get together where transferring the functions back has to be reconsidered because the position.
I think
I'm just not sure I understand.
the position was created and transferred to the administrator's office. If you're going to transfer it back to the
So
clerk, I
that's-
believe that's what your point is.
Okay, thank you. That's what
Right, I mean,
didn't understand.
I'm trying to correct, I'm trying.
Thank you.
We have Commissioner Robbins, Commissioner Lautner, and then Commissioner Brush. You said something about an amendment.
Let them finish and I.
There also makes a difference, I think, I'm sorry, if you do it on a temporary basis versus passing a reconsideration. That's a debatable question if you do it on temporary interim basis.
Mr. Chairman, if I may ask Commissioner Robbins to clarify what his statement was in regards to the offer that you made, because there's been a lot of discussion back and forth.
And you may do that, but I have recognized Commissioner Lautner.
Okay.
Thank you. So actually, that was one of the first things I was going to clarify. So where the county stands right now is we've got an independent finance department under our administrator. And I know you say keep personalities out there. We did have Ms. Iwicki take that position in January, which was just great, but it just didn't work out. So I think what Commissioner Robbins is saying is, would there be a reconsideration to go back to finance director and work with the clerk for the 6 months or until next year, until we have a smoother transition this time? Is that a possibility? And he suggested tabling this to give her a week and see if that might be something she would come back and do. So I think he's right that there would have to be a reconsideration first before we just transfer everything back. And the other part of it is I believe the motion wasn't just budgetary. It was all of the finance director duties listed.
I said budgetary motions. I did not
Oh,
say,
okay, I thought you said some other things beyond budgetary.
no, I said everything, what they are doing prior to 1/10 of 22.
Yeah, so that's more than budgetary.
Or whatever is in that column.
Right, that's what I wanted to clarify, and that's what I see. I think that's more than just budgetary.
Okay, there's two different ideas. Let me just try to summarize the best I can. I think this agreement, human resources will proceed. Everything on the sheet that's X yellow will transition to the human resources by December 31st. I think we've got that. So on the budget, there's two different, I think, dialogues. One is what simply I propose is take the budget functions, return that to the clerk's office as they were prior to January 1st, 2022. So for at least this year, and I don't want to speak beyond this year because there'll be a new administrator. I don't want to tie his or her hands, and there'll be some new board members too. But at least for this year, put the fund pending the clerk's acceptance of it, because she has now told me she's willing to take this on. Transfer those duties back to the clerk's office between the clerk and the chief deputy clerk. Hopefully they will handle them the same way as they have in past years. The other option, which I believe Mr. Robbins talked about, is still keeping the finance director position in addition to, so this would be a person in that position under the clerk's office, and there still would be then a chief deputy clerk. No?
No.
Okay, that's what I was,
Separate proposal, that's separate.
okay, I want to make sure because I misunderstood you there, I'm sorry. Okay.
I think that
Yeah.
was Commissioner Rushton's question, so why
Yeah.
don't you?
Yeah, that's where I was.
Rushton's question.
That was the distinction I was trying to
Yeah.
make, is his request for the chief deputy to resign from that position and move back to finance, or was it to, under the clerk's office, work in the capacity of a financial director under the clerk? But the clarification is, my understanding is what you were saying is the chief deputy would resign the position and take the new financial director's position. And then in that capacity, she would work with the clerk to make a transition.
Similar to just like what Darcy's gonna do with HR.
So there still would be a finance position and there still would be a chief deputy position. Now,
Well, chief deputy position would then be open
Right.
if the chief deputy
That-
resigned and came over.
that's, yeah, and that's what I want to get clarified because I think it was,
Justin's
yeah.
maybe settling and
Yeah.
I think Jen would do a great job.
Yeah, but-
To settle and we can move forward and make this work.
But just as you know, you should just talk about positions because you cannot commit something for the clerk or commit something for
Correct.
Jen Zawicki. So they would have to make a
So,
decision.
but this position would remain in the clerk's office under, well, not under the administrator.
Under the administrator.
So it's going back to under the administrator.
That's what I'm gonna
It's
clarify.
staying, or it's staying under the commission.
And
So I guess a couple things. I don't see this as a reconsideration. I see this as a way for us to get our budget done this year. If the clerk's office is willing to help us. After considerable slapping around, frankly. We need, as a county, to get our budget done. That is our job. That serves the people of this county. And next year, with a new administrator, we need to seriously look to make sure that we are offering what's needed to attract the finance director that your motion proposes. I'm still willing to act on that next year. But we haven't been able to do it this year. So I think we need to focus on what this board is responsible for doing, and that is creating a budget for our county that is accurate this year. And then we'll keep going on this. That also gives us the time to do the planning, and we've learned a lot so far, or we've already learned so far, and that is that perhaps we're not offering enough money. But I see this as a process. I don't see it as reconsideration.
Well, last week you agreed to do an RFP for a wage study. The finance director position would be part of that wage study.
Yeah.
Tricia,
Mine is a question for our administrator. You did an excellent job, by the way, of summarizing the motion I was trying to make. That was what I thought I heard you say.
Well, I want to make, it is confusing for everybody.
But my question is, you made the statement that potentially we may not need a reconsideration if it's temporary, which of course is temporary.
Well, that's what I want to
You're not
clarify.
sure.
Well, that's what I want to clarify. If you're still going forward with your original proposal from last year, you did create the finance. I mean, you did create the finance position. You did create the human resource position. The human resource position is under administrator. We have a person in place. And today we just simply clarify, there's no action required. This is my plan to go forward. These are the functions. I think you're all in agreement there. So what I'm hearing here, and this is the tricky part, I think I'm hearing that you want to continue with the finance director position, right? That long-term, you want to keep it under the administrator, but short-term, have the budget process done through the clerk's office, right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
but that's not the motion.
No, I know, I just want to make sure that's not what your motion is, though. Your motion is to transfer it back to the clerk.
Functions back, but it's on a temporary basis.
What's temporary?
Well, to the end, I was picking up on our chairman saying to the end of the clerk's tenure, that we can make it shorter. But that's what I was proposing, but that would not preclude what Mr. Robbins is suggesting. And next week, I mean, that doesn't preclude, because this is as we all know, votes don't count. This week, it's an indication of where people are, but it certainly can be changed.
And let me, I want to speak to my concern about I was hoping we'd have a couple of months where we didn't have to spend half of the board meeting talking about finance positions and buying a little bit of time. And that's why I think we need to give ourselves enough time to do it right and do it in a planned way with a new administrator that's on board.
Here's
I agree.
Here's one, I'm sorry, just one short-term issue. I have a vacancy on a accounting staff. I've interviewed people. I think there's some qualified candidates. If this is going back to the clerks, I don't want to hire someone that has to work for the clerk. So that's another reason why we need clarification how to proceed. Out of presence of those people, I don't want to hire someone, and that may be a good fit for my leadership style and who I want. But if it's going back to the clerks, I don't want to impose an employee on the clerk that they were not involved with the hiring process.
I think we have a couple of things we need to address. One is I'd like to have you check on legal
Yeah, if you tell me what you'd like to do, then I can.
on this reconsideration, well, you know, how we have to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I think the only question is
If it is, really,
if it's gonna be, if the plan is still proceed to have it a finance director under the administrator, and this is a short-term thing, by short-term, really, as of January 1st, the next board can make any changes they want, because your motions are binding just for the term of the office. So it could be reconsidered next year, there'll be a new administrator. But I guess I'm looking, what are you looking between now and December of this year? And then are you gonna open up again, or are you saying through 2024, knowing that a future board could change that?
and I want you to look into that.
Yeah.
I will sleep on it for a week.
Yeah.
Looking at if she wants to, if her office wants to, assisting on this year's budget, but
You're talking about the clerk?
I will not.
No,
So-
we're talking about January.
Yeah,
No,
the clerk would, if you wish to gotta keep people out of it.
no.
If-
If
yeah.
the clerk's office is willing to.
Yes.
No, she's willing to-
That's the key point, yeah. And I've asked that question, I have not had a firm answer.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. So I will not support going to 24. I mean, but yeah, I will not, I don't want to make a short window to the end of the year either. So it would have to be sometime in 23. You know, we got to find finance first.
So since the motion is on the floor and it is a motion that can be altered next week when votes are truly taken, I would like to provide the administrator with what he's asking for, which is what direction do we want to go? Meaning, do we want to move forward with returning the budget functions now? And that does not preclude what Mr. Robbins is suggesting at another date, and it does not preclude the length of time, but it gives him the basis to go back to the clerk and say, are you willing?
Well, let me
Is
just,
that
I
what
just
you want?
thought of something. Because you're looking at dates, you're going between December and 2024. If you do through June 2023, they'll get you through this budget process. It'll get you through the end of the year, and it'll get you through next year's audit. By June of 2023, you'll have an administrator that's been here, hopefully he or she, for 6 months. And you'll have a board that at least had 6 months of experience, but at least get you through the budget process. So if you want to look for a specific date, if you do this on an interim basis through June of 2023, that'll get you through the budget process and through the audit and the end of the year financials.
Then I will alter my motion to say through June 2023.
Is that okay with a second?
Yes.
Further conversation, further discussion, knowing again, we can change for next week's meeting. There is a motion on the floor. Questions, comments? Melinda?
I'm just going to vote no, just because I think there's too many questions still up in the air, and we've gone in a lot of different
Okay.
directions.
If you just want to move it forward and give me some guidance, I think I'm getting guidance here to get clarified the questions you've had, and they're legitimate questions.
I think what we really need is go ask her, before we can come up with the right decision, we need to know she's going to do it.
Well, and I sincerely have asked the clerk, and as of today, I've not had an answer.
So I mean, it's, you know,
I think a motion would do that.
And could you just repeat the motion so I understand exactly what the motion is?
You said it so much better than I did. That the budgetary functions, that were being done prior to January of 2022 on a temporary basis until June of 2023 2023, end of June 2023, be returned to the clerk's office.
So are we ready to vote on that motion?
I would call the question.
We have a motion, but it hasn't been seconded to call the question.
Well, we seconded.
Well,
just repeat.
excuse me, to call a question, you need,
You called the question.
Mr. Chairman, to call a question, you need two commissioners to call it. It does not have to be second, it just needs two commissioners to call the question.
But I seconded it, or she was just repeating the original, as best she could, the
That
original
is not
motion.
my understanding, but the question's been called, but we need to every.
I'll call the question.
Okay.
Motion on the floor, all those in support.
No,
of calling the question?
yeah, I'm sorry, you vote on the question first, which means you end debate.
We will vote on calling the question. All those in support? Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
I didn't see you.
I said aye.
Okay, so I think it's 4-3 to call the question, right? Right, Jen?
I think so. I didn't see.
Could you
Oh,
maybe-
yeah.
Roll call, please.
Sure. So this is to call question, and the original motion for the calling the question was Al Geyer, correct?
Okay, just a clear, when there's a call question, there is no motion. You simply need two commissioners to call question, and then you stop debate and you vote on calling the question.
So Commissioner Al Geyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye, yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
No.
Commissioner Robbins,
No.
Commissioner Rushton, no, Commissioner Sotos Little,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
4-3.
Now we're going to vote on the original motion then. Again, understanding that this just puts it to the board meeting next week. And at that time, we'll have some answers to some legal questions and may have some amendments.
And could you just read the motion again, so I fully
Yeah,
understand?
that's different than a motion, so.
Yeah.
I don't really have your motion.
Okay, let me try it one more time.
So it's just it's your motion just to move it forward.
Motion.
No, that's basically what this does.
But it gives something to ask the clerk specifically, to return the budgetary functions on a temporary basis until June, the end of June 2023, that were originally performed by the clerk's office prior to January of 2022.
Do you need another support? No. we can
No.
clarify.
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-3.
So just so I have some, the motion is to transfer on a temporary basis, still keep the finance director position. Correct?
Follow for legal.
Right, yeah. I just want to make sure I ask the right question.
And I for one would be hopeful that we have some more discussion on this at next week's meeting, because it would be nice to have full support for whatever we do to move forward. Commissioner Rushton?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to instruct our administrator, Mr. Janik, to get 3 independent quotes from 3 independent accountants that would be able to put a budget together for the county for 2023's budget.
Support.
Commissioner Lautner?
My reason for supporting is that may or may not need that motion or that action next week, but this puts it on the agenda for next week if we need to go that route. It's a good idea.
I think it's late to do that. If our clerk's office is not willing, we may have to go to something like that. But I believe our job is to do this special job. So I will not support that.
Commissioner Lautner?
We have always been timely by statute, by approving our budget, adopting our budget on time. Many counties do not. I don't really want to be one of those counties, but lots of counties aren't right on time. So it's not ideal, but it does allow a little extra time.
Any other thoughts on the motion that's on Commissioner Rushton?
I just want to ask Chad. It seems to me that you brought this issue up about timing and the budget. We actually have to the end of the year.
Yeah. What happened is there is a archaic law on the books prior to when counties issues taxes only once a year in December, which stated the budget had to be approved by October. But when the state switched to taxes, summer and winter taxes, that date has been outdated, and the deadline date is December 31st. Why that old law is still on the book, it's not being enforced. So that's why, for example, Grand Traverse County always does theirs in December. Most counties get it done by December. We have traditionally stayed with the old format and have completed in August. Why technically the law is still on the books, it's not being enforced. And the state said they will not be mandating that, and they've done this for years, ever since they did the summer and winter taxes.
And I do understand that in the process of moving the budget forward, you have taken adequate steps. So as far as timing, we're really not too far off.
We're on schedule.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the table. Any other questions or comments about the motion? I'm not going to support the motion because I think we need a full-time finance person in this building on staff with staff here on a day-to-day basis. And so I will be voting no on this. Any other comments?
Yeah, just if you may, I don't disagree with you in that regard, but as you say, and as it's been mentioned, timing. So if all else fails, at least this gives us an idea of what the cost could be if we had to go outside for the resource. So not supporting this, all I'm asking for is for our administrator to get some quotes. So I find that absurd that you would make that statement.
Any other comments? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Would the clerk read the motion, please?
I have Rushton with a motion to instruct the administrator to get 3 independent quotes from 3 independent accountants that would be able to put together a budget for 2023 supported by Longer.
Okay, all those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say say.
Aye.
Motion fails 4-3,
No.
3-4,
2-5.
5-2, okay. You got that?
2-5.
I did.
2-5?
Okay, I will bring back more information next Tuesday evening. We do need to clarify this because we have vacancies now. We have people that have applied. Treasurer's office has a vacancy. There's a vacancy in the accounting department that, depending on how you wish to go forward, we need to decide how we're going to fill those positions. Because we do have candidates now. Just a question of who's going to pick. Like I said, if you make a decision to move it forward to the clerk, I don't want to pick someone and then impose that person on the clerk. If you choose not to, then I'll be glad to hire someone. And I know the treasurer's, I think, ready to move also. So really, it's a matter of personnel also here.
You've heard appreciation from all commissioners for the work you and the staff have done on this, and thank you. We're now reviewing financials.
If anyone else had any other questions on them? Deanna answered my questions this morning, so I'm good with them.
Any other? Any special reports by staff, commissioners, and affiliated agencies? Tricia.
I have a couple. One is the health department, just doesn't heads up that the health department is in a position because of the pandemic funding this year and has not been in position other years to try to adjust the contributions between the two counties, Benzie and Leelanau. And in the past, when Benzie has not been able to provide the same level of budgeting support that Leelanau has, what has happened is the not the personal health, but the environmental health fees have been increased. So right now, there is a difference between the Leelanau fees and the Benzie fees for environmental health. So this year, Leelanau will pay a little less, Benzie will pay the same, and then the fees will be adjusted so that both counties are actually asking for the same fee from residents of both counties. So it gives Leelanau a little bit of a break this year. And I think it all comes into adjustment very nicely, but that leave it to the health department to make formally. This was approved at our health board meeting to move in this direction. The other thing, I'm going to have to use my phone because my computer just died and I didn't find the cord. Monday at our networks, last Monday at our Networks Northwest board meeting, one of the issues discussed was the get the full name, the Wagner Pfizer Employment Services rule change. And that's by the U.S. Department of Labor. They just released this proposed rule change for employment and training administration. This is a very challenging change, and it's going to impact our Networks Northwest program that serves 16 different counties through the Michigan Works Agency, because all of the Michigan Works employees basically would be under the federal, under Wagner Pfizer Act, and it allows the agencies would then lose, the local agencies would lose their flexibility in terms of addressing the issues of businesses that our particular county and the other counties that Networks Northwest serves. So obviously everyone is against it. There is a petition that's being circulated that needs to be signed by today as individuals. I did not bring this as a proposal for a resolution because we don't have time to really get it through and act on it, because the committee, the U.S. Labor Committee meets next Tuesday. So we did not have time to really focus on it. It wouldn't have been in keeping with our rules, but we can as individuals sign the petition, and we may wish to look at a letter expressing this board's position if we don't want to, as a group, if there's discussion. But I will send this to the administrator for circulation. So again, if you want to sign the petition itself as an individual board member, you can do that through today. But otherwise, we can send individual letters, or we can send a position of the board in the form of a letter rather than a resolution, because it won't hit the committee hearing probably on time. But this is an important one. It's really going to limit the ability to maybe potentially be layoffs and all kinds of recriminations that come from this act. It clearly doesn't seem like it was thought through at the federal level very carefully in terms of its impact on local government. So I just wanted to share that, and I'll be sure that the administrator gets that.
So if I can ask Patricia a question in regards, you mentioned layoffs. Who's getting laid off?
Well, the way it's structured, there is less flexibility in class setup, structure, how many employees, everything is, this explains it, goes into detail. You're asking a good question, but they are worried that they will be looking at layoffs just based on the fact that they don't have control of the positions anymore.
Internally. Is that what you're
Within
saying?
Networks Northwest, yes.
Okay,
Actually, within Michigan Works.
right, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to discern.
So this is a Michigan bill. State of Michigan?
No, this is in labor, US Labor Department, though. It's federal. That impacts all of the states.
And so what are these specific?
They are basically taking over responsibility for all Michigan Works employees through the federal level. So you lose all ability to direct what your staff is doing overall, and you're setting everything that's good for the employees. So budgetary. whole nine yards.
So are you saying that the control goes from the state to the federal?
For those employees.
And who made this?
Who introduced it? Probably the two people whose name is associated with it. There is a lot of information on this, so read it carefully. You gotta make a decision.
Send it out, right. Any other reports? Chet, would you do a very, very quick update on community mental health, the meeting that's coming up?
Yeah, there's a meeting coming up in 2 weeks that Mr. Wessel will be at in Cadillac. It's a meeting of all of the 6 board chairmen of the 6 counties involved in how to proceed, go forward. We met as an administrative group 2 weeks ago, where we all felt it's important that the county boards get involved and chairmen be updated on that. So that's coming up, I believe, on the 27th. It's last week of June. And at that point, all 6 counties will be there and hear from Grand Traverse County what their plans are. As you know, if one county pulls out, it has to be resolved and new partnerships have to be formed.
We have a meeting this week. We have been unsuccessful in negotiating a contract with the CEO. So our meeting will look at those contract details, but we are still with an interim CEO. And that was a CEO that was chosen by a vote of 8-6, I believe. And the negotiating team was unable to reach agreement. So that may be related to.
Yeah, it does impact. There's also been some talk, once again, is Grand Traverse County has not taken any formal action yet. But there's also talk is the 6 counties could agree to new articles of incorporation, modifications, which will actually transfer some of those issues from this board to county boards. For example, one of the things we've talked, and just talked, is the county's boards would have a say on who the CEO is, and part of that process. They may have to endorse it, a recommendation from the board, but how the governance is structured is a big issue, at least with Grand Traverse County. They feel that they have not been fairly represented. So lots of different options at the very beginning stages.
Any other reports? We are now then at public comment. Most of you have worn out. Any public comment?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to hear from the public.
Any commissioner comments? Thank you. Approval of financials.
I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $133,463.86.
Support.
All those in support of that, say aye.
Aye. Recommend approval of post audit, $1,598,214.05.
Support.
All those in support? Approved. Meeting is adjourned.